hiccups during the day, in the middle of it especially. A couple of restarts and resumes from replays, but luckily the last couple of rounds, everything stabilized.
Exactly. Let's keep going from that moment. How was your time so far? Like looking to the last 2 days, but also in front of us because we have amazing top 8 players. We have quarters. We changed the system a little, but more about this after this.
Yeah.
But how was your time here so far?
Yeah, I've been loving it. I couldn't come, obviously, to the previous HomeStory Cup. I think I've been to like every single one of them since like 2017, maybe. Like not as long as you have, clearly. Like you've been here for a little bit longer, but it's been a blast. It's always nice to see everybody here again. I mean, there's already a lot of folks on the Sunday morning, or technically afternoon, I guess, but it feels like morning at this time of the day. It's already a lot of folks here. Yeah. And obviously, the StarCraft has been cool too.
And I think this HomeStory Cup is one of the HomeStory Cups where we have an amazing lineup. We had an amazing lineup with 24 players, but the top 8 looks really clean.
Yeah.
We start with some TVTs today. We still have one German hope who was drunk 2 days in a row, which is big.
He said he was taking a little bit of a break, and he was like relaxing a bit. Then he picked it back up again, and then, we managed to qualify for the playoffs over Raynor, of course, who I think a lot of people would imagine is going to be the one to move on in that group. But always nice to see Hero Marine doing well. Yeah,
he's facing GuMiho, and at the same time, in the quarters, we will have a second TVT with Ryung against Maru.
Yep.
And we have a small change in the system for the first time because, transparent as we are, yesterday I think we talked about having such a great lineup here at HomeStory Cup, and I said it would be such a shame if we only have one chance in the last day for someone to win the tournament. So let's change the system for starting with the semifinal, have double elimination,
right?
Which is a great system in general. I think someone who loses one game can still come back to the final. And we still also have Nightmare, we have Serral, we have Clem, and I miss one more, Spirit.
Spirit, yes.
Yes, Spirit as the 8th player here. The lineup is amazing.
What's a lot of really good players, man. It's nice to see Maru here, obviously, for the first time after all these years.
Yeah.
And, sadly for him, he has to play his teammate, like his good friend, in the very first round of the playoffs. So that kind of sucks for him because that's happened a couple of times before. But
what's your feeling? Like, what's your feeling? Do you have any wish for like?
I mean, I'm secretly, maybe not so secretly, always a bit of a Zerg fan. I would always like to see Zerg doing well, and with most of the Zerg players struggling a little bit, Serral comes out, completes his military service, comes back, and is looking once again incredibly good here. So his first opponent is going to be Spirit here. I think that should be. He's going to take it serious, right? Like he takes every player serious, but he's certainly the favorite going into that one. So I can imagine he can line up some, for example, Serral versus Maru finals. That would be technically possible, but he would have to go through somebody like Clem first, which, we saw EWC, right? Like that did not go particularly well for him.
It's 6 Terrans, 1 Zerg, 1 Protoss. We start with the TVT. We have to totally balanced. I agree with that.
There's still a Zerg and a Terran remaining, or a Protoss remaining, is what he means. So we need to have 8 Terrans.
We already talked about Big Gabe. What's your guess for this game? It's a best of 5. It's Gabe against GuMiho.
I feel like GuMiho is a bit of a monster, but it would be amazing if Gabe actually ends up winning it. I mean, obviously GuMiho won the previous HomeStory Cup.
Yeah.
I mean, him going back to back, especially with this lineup, would be nuts.
Yes,
absolutely. Think it's possible? You think he could do it?
Yeah. I mean, I think he can do it. I think everyone in this top 8 can do it, but there's some rough guys to beat, to be honest. We are ready for the last day of the HomeStory Cup 26. I hope you are hyped for the top 8, so see you soon.
It is, man.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to day number 3 of the playoffs, the finals of a HomeStory Cup 26. It has been an intense weekend of StarCraft. We made it. We made it through day 1. We made it through the group stage, and now we are here day 3. The playoff bracket is live. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the bracket yourselves, as we are jumping into our first quarterfinals match. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Maru. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Terran player, also representing Team Vitality. It is his teammate. It is the tuner himself, Ryung. Oh, raise your tuners, Bobby. Raise your tuners. Let's go. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as this is a prediction for the entire series, the best of 5, not for the match itself, or the map itself. Best of luck. As a reminder, again, these are best of 5s. If you want to tune into the other quarterfinals match, I believe that is Gabe versus GuMiho. They are facing off on the main stream over on Take TV on Twitch. We ourselves have our own TVT. And there's going to be a lot of TVTs tonight, let me tell you. There's going to be a lot of TV. Oh my god. The TVTs are going to be upon us. So far, Double Gas opener out of Maru, Double Gas opener out of Ryung as well. When it comes to the format itself, there was a last minute change. Originally, it was just going to be single elimination. Originally, it was just going to be quarterfinals, into semis, into grand finals. But alas, there was a last minute change. Shout out to Take, Dennis, and the production team for coming to that decision, of course. And they decided that it is going to be double elimination. Double elimination from the semifinals moving forward. What does that mean? That means you do have a second life only if you make it to the top 4. Which means Ryung and Maru, their tournament life is on the line. There is no lower bracket currently for them to fall back on, so you're one and done. Oh boy. So it does come down to this. And when it comes to the CVT, it's going to be a banger as well. Maru, of course, he's the best Terran player in all of South Korea. That is true. He is one of the best Terrans in the world. But Ryung has some killer TVT. And you could argue that Ryung has comparable, if not better, TVT than players like Clem and Maru as well. Oh boy, so if Ryung were to cause an upset, if he were to have a deep run in this tournament, it would be on the Terran side of the bracket. Like, if you notice the bracket, he's got Maru, GuMiho, and Gabe on his side. I mean, it's all lined up here for a Ryung finalist. It's crazy. Assuming he's able to, of course, take down his first opponent, Maru. We'll see if he can. For now, we're going to be settling in. Again, Double Gas into a faster factory, into a delayed CC on the low ground from both players. So far, mirrored builds. Do have Ryung moving out with his first handful of Reapers, likewise Maru staying back at home instead. Keeping his Reapers close to the chest. Scouting close by just to make sure there was no initial proxy. And our players will soon get upon each other. Do we have Ryung going into a Cyclone behind this? Just very safe opener here out of Ryung. Meanwhile, Maru going for his add-ons instead. Reapers, they slip into the main, going for the SCVs. Clutch repair. Oh! And the repairs, they will keep the SCVs alive just barely. Oh, I spoke too soon. Oh, the SCVs barely do get pulled away, and one worker is going to be going down. Just the one SCV for now. The other will survive. Hellion arrives, and looks like from here, Maru, he will defend. We'll lose a second worker, though. 2 SCV kills. 2 workers for 2 Reapers. I would say that's still a better defense here for Maru. I guess some lost mining time when he had to pull the boys. Likewise, had to spend resources as well, but that could have been so much worse. Could have been a lot worse. Maru does defend. Ryung back at home, settling into his 1-1-1 into a Banshee opener. Interesting. Again, Banshee openers have been a lot more trendy, especially amongst the Korean Terrans over the past 6 months. Has been very trendy in TVP and TVT as well. This shouldn't be a big commitment into Banshee. It should be 1 or 2 Banshees at most, and the goal here is to park yourselves outside of the main, and once the opposing Terran player moves out, the Banshees move in, and they can do a surprising amount of damage. They can wreak havoc in a mineral line. So we'll see how heavily Ryung does commit. Again, no cloak or anything like that. Just going to be vanilla Banshees instead. As Maru does move out with his own drop play instead. Going for a medevac first, as opposed to Ryung going for the Banshee, of course. Maru is moving out. You know, Ryung chilling back at home, keeping the Banshee with his Cyclones. Oh! So far, so good. Chipping at the main army, does spot the tank drop. Does spot it. Up. Gets a lock on. That's a lot of hull damage already on the tank. Yeah, tank taking a lot of hits. 1 Cyclone goes down. Good control here by Maru. Does keep the tank alive just barely, but it's so low on HP, and Maru will have to retreat. Ooh. Leading out another Marine. The Banshee coming in. Oh my god. That was close. That was close, but the Banshee goes down. A nice lock on there by Maru. Likewise, medevac also locked down. Does barely escape. And Maru, he barely holds on. The tank and the medevac barely alive. Maru reinforcing. Boys are being pulled to repair. Ryung doesn't really have much to work with here. Cyclone goes down. Massive pickoff. Down to 1 Cyclone. And Maru, despite his army being so low, it's still up and running. Still laying siege upon the natural. Reinforcing tank coming in. Oh, he's going to help support, but the tank is within range of the CC. Yeah, CC's under fire. Maru getting it down to less than half HP. Raven coming in for support. Boys are being pulled. Here come the auto turrets. And he does get the tank just barely. Tank goes down. We trade 1 for 1. SVs are falling. This is a better trade for Maru. He's going to back up just barely with that Cyclone. Does retreat. Ryung pulls back. Lost mine time here with his in his natural base. Getting another SCV as well. And Ryung holds. Ryung holds, but he's down in workers. Is up against wall, losing another SCV. Every SCV counts here, especially in a mirror matchup. And now Maru will back up. Backs off, takes a lead, calms things down, taking a third. Third base is on the way, but again, that was a very intense trade between Maru and Ryung. Again, it's just crazy micro out of Maru to be able to survive with his medevac, with his tank, with his Cyclone. Get as much value as he could out of them. And now we can get into the mid game. Now we can take our third bases. Do have our rack set up here from Ryung. No one is embracing mech. Thankfully, not yet in this series. I'm sure we'll get there at some point. We've seen both Maru and Ryung embrace mech from time to time. Now we can chill, expand, take a third base. Again, Maru still maintains that worker lead. And that will soon be reflected in the army. And he's up in armor supply as well. Look at the units tab here. Maru, he's up a Raven. He's even on tanks. And if you recall, the initial Banshee opener didn't really come into play either. Where ideally Ryung did want to counterattack and harass with that Banshee, but it did go down in the defense. So Ryung stuck at home. Now, despite Maru having a lead, it's not like an insurmountable lead by any means. Ryung, he can bounce back. He can try to outposition Maru, especially on a map as large as Frostline. That's what we can talk about the map itself. Frostline is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Still smaller than that of Abyssal or Neoviolet Square or King's Cove, but large nonetheless. A lot of bases, very spread out. Maru does move out with his main army. He's spotted by the spotted Marines. Ryung is aware. Scans ahead of time. Spots the main army. Ryung getting in position. Does have a nice spread of tanks here in between the natural and the third, but the third base itself is more exposed. Yeah, essentially that was going to go down. Ravens, they threaten to dive. Looking for a disable, they get one of the tanks. Yeah, one tank is going to go down. Forces to cancel on the turrets. Oh, I assumed that Maru was within range, but my apologies. Barely not. So a bit of a wasted disable there. Still within range of the CC though. CC's under fire. Double jump towards the main. And Ryung, he should notice the Marines are missing. Yeah, the Marines are nowhere to be found. This army is exposed. And Maru, he slips into the main. Does go for the dive. Does go for the mineral line. SCVs are going to be going down. Late reaction out of Ryung. Ooh, very late reaction. He's breaking out. Takes down 2 of the tanks. Protects his third base, but he will lose the entire mineral line. Ay, ay, ay. 19 SCVs. 22. 23. 23 SCVs. Takes down all the Marines. Now we can go for the upgrades. Go for the E-base as well. This double jump may have just done it here for Maru. Takes down one of the depots. Almost the eBay as well. Ryung's moving out. Now, the one plus side here for Ryung is, of course, he does have the tank advantage. Did kill 2 tanks. Looking at the units tab, he's got 6 tanks to the 2 of Maru. And Ryung, he's committed. He has to move out here and now. He has to break the third and break the army. Double drop still being active, still distracting Ryung. Oh! Does respond in time. Does defend. Looking at the Raven counts, Maru's got 2 left. Does have energy. And here come the disables. Boys are being pulled. And Maru, all he has to do is hold on and defend. But that's a lot of tanks. Again, 5 tanks here on the front line. Ryung, he can still pull this off, but 1 tank is going to go down. Down to 4. More reinforcements on the way. Ryung still looking for a way in. There is, I believe, still one disable left over. Ooh, Raven goes down. Raven goes down. Massive tank boys going up for 1. 2 tanks fall. Nice target firing out of Maru. Very nice target firing. Ryung trying to go for a doom drop. Up. Oh my god. Does go for the drop. Maru, he keeps up. Unloads in time. Does he have enough? There's the auto turret. It's going to be a close trade. Ryung, he will barely take the trade though. Takes out all the Marines. Gets into the main. 10 SCV kills. But there's reinforcements coming in. And again, time is on Maru's side. Going for the tank. Focusing it down. He'll defend. Shuts down the drop. Defends his third base. Once again, keeping up with his drop play. Does hop over. Worker counter evening up. Let's go. Maru still with a slight worker advantage. Ryung, meanwhile, he lost the eBay. Just working on +2. And Maru holds. Whew. Maru, he does hold on. Liberators have arrived. He has freedom. Freedom is coming. Ryung, he has no air control, no Vikings. He's not ready for the libs. And that means Maru, he can bully Ryung back. Nice siege. But the tank is still going to fall. Tank goes down. Liberator siege up. Maru pushing within tank fire. He's going to bleed out his Marines. He does bleed out his Marines here. But Ryung, he holds on. He's buying time. Getting his 4th base on location. Likewise, so is Maru. Already a planetary. And we spoke about those Liberators earlier. Again, no Vikings for Ryung. Air control is in favor of Maru. Keeps pushing forward. 3-3s on the way. That upgrade lead is going to be huge. It's going to be massive here. That's Maru. He's making his way towards the 4th. Which is morphing into an orbital. There we go. Does evacuate. Ryung, he knows he cannot hold on. Cannot hold on to the 4th base. Has to back up. Tank count in favor of Maru. Oh. Maru rotating over. Maru, yeah, he will find a tank. Yeah, Ryung unable to stim in. Tank goes down. Going for a backstab instead. But he's going to run into a planetary. Maru, he has reinforcements. He spots the army. He knows. Getting another tank. Yeah, second tank goes down. The base is exposed. And so is the mineral line. And Maru stims in at the same time. Ryung going for a base trade. Going for a massive counterattack. It's all he can do. Get the tank. Catches reinforcements. But the boys are being pulled. Maru just buying time. Across the map. Takes down the CC. Alongside 16 SCVs. Sorry, 8 SCVs I should say. As 20 go down across the map. Maru, he's holding on. What's crazy, Maru just lost 20 workers and we're still even on workers. We're still even on SCVs. Crazy. And Maru, he doom drops into the main. Oh, he's denied. Ryung's ready for him. Ryung is ready. Does focus out one of the... Oh, barely not. Doesn't get the tank. Tank survives. And yeah, Ryung, he's just falling apart at this point. Rallying in SCVs. Production's under fire. Main base is compromised. Liberators, they're still alive. And they still just maintain control of the ground. And there's just not much that Ryung can do left here. Leading out more Marines, more SCVs, and the tanks. Ryung just going for a desperation Hail Mary move across the map, but Maru, he's here. He's ready. He's ready back at home. The Medivac! Oh, Medivac goes down. GG gets called, and Maru will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Maru will take the first game, and we'll take a lead in the series. So we're getting ready for game 2 here. But again, when it came to that first game, Ryung, he was holding his own for most of that game, up until the move out towards the 3rd base, of course, where Maru was able to outposition Ryung, and of course, the big moment was the drop into the main. Oh. The drop into the main base, which eviscerated the economy, the mineral line, shut down the upgrades as well. It was brutal how much damage that drop dealt. And it was something that Ryung was never able to really recover from. Never did recover. as we are getting into game number 2. I'm so anxious. Every time I make a lobby, I have to make sure, like, okay, we get all the casters. Shout out to all the other language casters, of course. Shout out to Indy, Enki, and everyone else involved. Much love. Ultra love, even. As we are getting it. Oh. And again, TVT does often come down to positional play, whether it comes to being outmaneuvered with tanks or even with drop play as well, as we saw in that last game. But we'll see if we can recover here. We can have a back and forth as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the blue Terran player from South Korea representing Team Vitality, leading the series 1-0. It is Maru. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Vitality, as well as their teammates. It is Ryung. Oh, raise your tuners, papi. Raise them. Let's go. The Dong one is here. As we're going to be calming things down and we're going to be getting into a much more defendable map. Something that we did mention previously about Frostline, and it did kind of come into play there, is just how spread out the bases are, right? The bases are very spread out, they're very exposed, very vulnerable on Frostline. Part of that is because of how large the map is as well. Here on Ultra Love, the bases are much more defendable, they're much more compact. You have these choke points and ramps that you can take advantage of here, so it can be a little bit easier to secure yourself on a 3 and 4 base setup on Ultra Love. Again, a lot of ramps, a lot of choke points as well. As a result, we could see a split map scenario on this map if we can get into the mid game, but what's important to take note of as well is just how aggressive and how assertive Maru was. Again, in that last game, before we even spoke about moving out towards the third base, we saw Maru did open up with a tank drop and did achieve quite a lot of damage with it, did give himself a nice lead, a nice advantage, worker-wise. And that led into his eventual push towards the third. So we'll see if Maru can find as much success. This time, double gas opener out of Ryung once again. Maru going for a Rax expand. Single gas opener, so this time much more economic from the side of the blue Terran. Now again, this does make sense on Ultra Love. I did just mention how much more defendable this map is on 2, 3, and 4 bases. I mean, again, there's a ramp coming into the natural, so that's already a big defender's advantage that's going to be available here compared to Frostline. And Maru does go for something more economic. So more economic, more greedy in a sense, and is looking to get away with it. So meanwhile, Ryung has the faster factory, the faster tech, but the later command center, the later expansion. So we are going to be settling in. Whew. Here we go. As Maru, he's playing it safe, getting a safety bunker here at the natural. Will secure himself. And for the time being, both players are in the dark. We have yet to really confirm each other. I mean, I say that Maru did scout the timing of the factory, so he's more so aware. Ryung has not scattered across the map yet. Once he does, Ryung, he can respond with a faster third TC. He can respond with aggression, even going for a later third base, but hoping to contain Maru instead on 2 bases. He has options. Ryung has options with how he wants to approach this. Does race into early tank production. Tech lab is done, tank is on the way after the first Hellion. There's Maru not too far behind, getting into his own starport, his own tech lab as well. I'm curious if Ryung is going to be going for a medevac. Yep, there we go. Very similar opener here, very similar build to what Maru went for in game 1. So we're going for an early tank drop. It's going to be a tank drop here out of Ryung. The roles have been reversed in a way. Roles have been reversed. Ooh, but Maru playing very safe, not just going for the bunker, not just going for the faster economy here, but as a result, going into a faster Viking as well. That will help quite immensely here in the defense when it comes to zoning back that medevac and just stripping away that micro potential from Ryung. If you remember, it was something that Ryung was lacking last game because it did open up Banshee, which in the end didn't really help too much. You know, Reaper does slip into the main. Oh. Going for the SCVs. So far, good reaction by Ryung. Doesn't lose any workers. But here we go. Ryung, he does arrive across the map. He's got his tank. Has his support. Oof, tank volley going up. Viking is here. Zones away the medevac. And already Maru, he shuts this down. Forcing Ryung back. Maru defends. Whew. Maru does defend. Again, just playing very safe here. At the start of the game, going for the Viking, and with that, Ryung is having a harder time pushing in. Will rotate. Trying to get a better angle on that bunker. Raven production underway here for Maru. His third TC is already almost done. That's a second starport. Okay, going a little bit old school here, but this looks like the beginning of a 2-base all-in. The Hellion Scout is denied. No, he sees! He does spot the starport. Ay. That should not have happened. Maru, he does get a scout across the map. He spots the second starport. He responds with his own second starport. Good response here by Maru. There's a lot to go over. As Viking's going to be zoning away. Ooh, Viking of Ryung. But essentially what's happening here is Ryung, he's going for a bit of an old school two port all-in, double starport, mass Viking into a Liberator, but because he got scouted, the correct response is for Maru to go for his own second starport and vie for air control. So it's all about Vikings. It's all about Vikings right now. As Maru's trying to keep up. And again, the way this dynamic works, ideally from the side of Ryung, is once he gets up to like 5 Vikings, then he can go into Liberators, then he has air control, and then he can just bully the ground army. That was the hope at least, but again, he was scouted. He was scouted. And Ryung, he knows he got scouted. Trading 1 for 1. Because of that, Ryung, he might just opt to expand, but the problem is the third CC is already done for Maru, and Ryung, he had already decided to go for the all-in, so there's no third base in sight. No third base. Ryung has no longevity in this game. It's all or nothing. It's all or nothing. Gets within range of the bunker. Bunker goes down. Salvage not in time. Gets another tank. Not bad. Meanwhile, the Viking count is in favor of Ryung, but reinforcements still on the way. He's going for the dive. Tank's a little bit late to siege there for Maru, but he does keep up. You see Ryung trying to force his way into that natural. He's gaining ground. Slowly pushing forward. Denying mining here at the natural base. Hoping to starve Maru out. And Ryung, he expands behind this. Third CC is now on the way. It is a much later expansion, but Maru, despite having a third base, is not making use of it. He's not mining from 3 bases. But Maru, he will soon break out. Soon attempt to pull the boys. Oh! Maru, he bleeds out a couple Marines. Viking count still in favor of Ryung. But they're low. The Vikings are very low. And Maru, he'll win out on this fight. Shuts down the Vikings and he breaks out. He pulls the boys. Down go the auto turrets. Gets on top of the tanks. Vikings, they land. Oh, but this is a rough trade here for Maru. He will break out though. Takes down the final tanks. And Maru holds. Maru holds. He counterattacks. He still maintains that Viking lead. And now Maru can expand and take the third. Can take the third base. Ryung is up 10 workers. Vikings force land. Massive tank volley going up. Ryung, he can take the fight. Tank goes down. Ryung is buying time, slowing down the push. Building up more tanks of his own. Building up more Vikings. Maru attempting to delay the third base, but Maru just doesn't have enough. Yeah, does not have enough. Only 1 tank. And Ryung, he maintains quite a worker advantage. Despite being scouted, he was still quite successful. Was still able to just bully his way into that natural. And Ryung takes the lead. Up in workers. Just realized going into mech. Let's go. We knew what happened at some point in this series. But it's going to be mech here from Ryung, which means he's going to slow the game down. He's going to slow the game down, which means Maru can now take his own third base as well. Ryung has a lead, but Maru has potential to catch back up. See what he goes for. As Maru is going to have a more mobile army. Yeah, stim is done, into combat shields, into 1-1 upgrades. Maru will have the potential to go for drop play. It's going to be difficult though, as there are just so many Vikings. Towers being knocked down. Maru, he sees the saturation at the third base. Again, looking a little bit bleak. Comparing the two. And here comes that drop from Maru. Scans, he spots the army. He's hoping to find a way into the natural or into the main. Oh! Going for the Vikings. Doesn't quite get them though. So far, Ryung reacting well. Pulls back. Maru double expanding, going for the 4th and 5th base at the same time. Bold move. But I mean, this is what you have to do here in this kind of game state. And Maru does have map control. So double expanding makes sense. We'll see if we can get away with it. Going for a 3rd starport. Jesus. So that's going to be a lot of Vikings. It's getting into Raven production as well. And so far, based on the trajectory of this game, Ryung is going to be the first to max out. Ryung, he's on 80 SCVs. Oh my god. Calm down. He's on 80 workers, now taking his 4th. And we'll see if Maru can survive the eventual move out. Again, it's going to be on Maru to slow the push to even force the army back home with a drop. To buy time for Maru to max himself out as well. As turrets are being thrown down, covering the main. Fourth base now being taken. Likewise, Maru attempting to get his own 4th bases up and running. Still looking for a way in with that drop. But again, Ryung, all he has to do is just turtle up. Just turtle up, throw down a ring of turrets, sensor towers, tank lines. He's a little bit vulnerable here towards his 4th, but eventually I'm sure he will secure himself. And max. And it's going to be a terrifying mech-based army. Meanwhile, because of the 3rd starport, scan should reveal that as well, as I believe Ryung did spot the starport earlier here on the natural. Oh, barely not. But basically, Maru, he's just vying for map control, vying for air control specifically, going mass Viking Raven. There's a lot of potential here. There's a lot of efficiency in this kind of army. I mean, this is the ideal late game composition, is Viking Raven into BC. Like, that's kind of the end game, the end goal. So Maru, he's just trying to race him there. As I assumed it was going to be a more heavy bio composition from Maru and going for an extra drop play, like with 2 more medevacs and more marines, but no, Maru, he only has the initial 2 drops, and it's just mass Viking. Mass Viking. Did I say 3 starports? He's getting up to 5. Jesus. 5 starports on the way. Let's go. And the reason why you want to commit this hard into Sky Terran is because the reality is that if you can gain map or air control like this, then the ground army doesn't matter. The ground army, all these tanks may as well be dead supply if Maru can gain the Viking advantage and then go into Liberators. Speaking of, they're the Libs. Libs are on the way. Like, tanks don't shoot up is the reality. And because of that, their utility in this kind of late game state is again, just limited. Very limited here for those tanks. So basically, Maru, he's kind of skipping tech and he's just rushing to a more late game composition. And so far, he's getting away with it. Now, Ryung is going to Thor production. That will help make up for his lack of Vikings. Double jump into the lane is going to be shut down. Oof. Both medevacs full. Vikings, they land. And they will clean this up. Will it clean this up? Maru busting into the mineral line, just getting a handful of SCVs. Not bad. Just getting as much value as he can out of these Marines. As he throws them away, it goes into more Libs. Here we go. It's all about that late game now. We see Maru throwing down a ring of his own turrets and siege lines, or sensor towers and turrets. Looking at the units tab here, we have 18 Vikings for both players. Even on the Vikings, we see Maru with additional Liberators and, more importantly, additional Ravens. With those Ravens, he can either disable some of these key units, some of the other Vikings or Libs. He can, of course, use the anti-armor missile as well to win out on a fight. I am very concerned here by the lack of Ravens of Ryung. He's really lacking that utility, that support that the Raven does provide. So in a head-on fight, I do think I favor Maru. I mean, it's still going to be complicated just because, you know, other Thor's going to come into the mix. Depending on the Thor positioning, depending on the Thor volleys. I mean, we could get a lot of splash damage done here on these Vikings if they stack. So the Thors have potential. But what I would say here is I do think that Ryung has too many tanks, and I think I'd prefer if he killed some of his own tanks just to make more room for more Vikings or more Thors. But regardless, here we go. We are moving out. It's gonna be how many Thors? 6. 6 Thors for Ryung. He's gonna work through the siege line of turrets. Likewise, more Liberators amassing. Maru up to 21 Vikings, 7 libs. And here we go. Liberations here. Vikings, they just bully back the siege line. And again, this is why, like, tanks, they kind of lose their effectiveness over time in a TVT. So Maru's rotating. Likewise, so is Ryung. Maru out of position. Tank's going to be going down. Maru, he responds. So, a nice rotation here by Ryung. Does get a couple of turrets and tanks. Yamato's on the way, we spoke about it, but like the ultra late game TVT is BC. Oh, again, it's just Air Terran. Well, Sky Mech? Sky Terran? Sky Terran, that's it. That's Liberation has arrived. God, that's a lot of freedom! Jesus. that's a lot of freedom, pap. Yeah. Mate, you thought we didn't have any NA players here at HomeStory Cup? Nah. Maru, he makes up for it, papi. Let's go. Again, shuts down most of the tanks. Now replacing with Thors instead. There we go. Raven's now on the way for Ryung. Ryung's trying to keep up. Once again, when it comes to the army sizes here, still Vikings in favor of Maru. Now up to 9 Thors. Like, the Thor count is quite large, but I mean, at the same time, Maru, he can disable the Thors. He can disable the Thors with his Ravens. BC production has begun. Maru taking both corner bases. More tanks going down. But that's probably a good thing. Like, again, Ryung, he wants to get rid of these tanks. But he is losing both corner bases here, though. Maru will have the better economy. Sieging up. Yeah, takes out all 3 tanks. Tanks 2 go down. Nice intel missile as well. Does cover most of the army. Final tank falls. At this stage, you could argue that maybe the high lib count is now less effective for Maru. But that's still a lot of they're still useful. that's still a lot of Thors, true. Maru does need some anti-air. Sorry, anti-ground, what I meant to say. Does need an answer to these Thors. Meanwhile, when it comes to the BC count, still only one BC. Thors rotating. Maru trying to keep up. Ryung peeling up a Thor towards the south. Yamato goes up. Gets a tank. Not the biggest pickup, but a tank nonetheless. But again, welcome to Ultra Love. As I mentioned before, like, there are just so many choke points. As you can see here, there are so many ramps, so many choke points. It is so difficult to actually break this halfway mark for either player. He's pushing in. There he dives. Gets a massive down missile. Missile connects. Disables on the Thors. Liberation a little bit too much, and Maru he holds. Forces back the army. Lives a little bit late to siege, but there we go. They do move forward. And Thors, they get bullied back. Maru does take the fight. Shuts down all the Vikings. And from here, he can just land on top of the Thors. Yeah, he can. He can and he will. The Vikings land. They shut the Thors down. And Maru, he will take the fight. And he can just keep going from here. Ryung has been broken. One fight is sometimes all it takes. Behind this, mass BC production. The BCs, they're coming. The power of the Sky Terran. Let's go. And again, the problem with Thors in this kind of position is just because they get stuck on each other. Like, their DPS can be quite limited because of that. They're big, they're thick, they're clunky. You see Ryung going into Cyclones instead. Okay, sure. I mean, he has to remax in some way, making use of all these factories. How about to top left? And Maru, his army's just getting better and better quality at this point. As Ryung, it feels like he's just trying to make whatever he can. Going Thor, Cyclone, Widowmine. Again, just trying to spend his money as quickly as possible. Trying to make an army. But it does feel like Maru's in more control here. Ryung's hitting force back. BCs, they have arrived. Let's go. They can pop off with their Yamatos. Hellbass did kill the planetary. Not bad. Planetary went down. Army pushing forward. Something that I should have taken note of as well when it came to the Viking Wars is +1 ship weapons. I didn't realize how far behind Ryung was. He's just now working on +2. Maru's on 3-3. Sure, that was another big factor when it came to the Vikings facing off against each other. But a part of that is also that you can maybe argue that Ryung, it took him a little bit too long to realize what was happening in this game. Like, sure, he's lacking +3 ship weapons because he has +3 vehicle weapons instead. Like, he did spend a lot of time, you know, maxing out with a more heavy tank army, which didn't really do anything. It was more of a waste than anything for Ryung. Like, Maru, he was so quick to, like, realize what he wanted and just head in this direction. Just head into Sky Terran. Crazy. Just starts going up. Not bad. Does land the missile. Yamada's going up as well. Vikings are going to be falling. Ryung, he will fight. He will win the battle in the air here. Doors, they do chase us down. Maru has to get the hell out of here. Does pull away. But the BCs survive. The BCs, they do survive. One BC goes down. Yamada's going up. Maru gets the safety. That was a rough fight, again, due to the anti-armor missile. The missile was brutal. But Maru, he has a larger bank. Larger gas bank, I should say. Getting to more battle cruisers. Again, we're done with kind of Lib Viking. It's going to be more so about BC. And ideally, looking to max out on BC. Side and rotating. Maru's keeping up. Again, Maru, he still has bottom right and top left. As another planetary is morphing in. And Ryung, he has to deny that. He has to try. Maru shuts down the CC. Ryung still investing into Hellion Cyclone. I mean, it is a more mobile army, true. He's shutting down more of these turrets. There's potential with Widow Mines, I suppose. We can drag the army within range and maybe pop up. How many BCs do we have? As we just teleport across the map. 8 battle cruisers. Base is gonna go down. At the same time, Ryung going for top left. I'm like, how many BCs are there? The answer is yes. Yes, BC, Pappy. Let's go. Takes down one expansion, going for another. And Maru, he just keep pushing. He just keep going from here. Taking down more expansions. Maru's going up. It's a second planetary falling. And again, Ryung's army is just so slow. It's so immobile. He just can't keep up. Instead, pushing right down mid. At least trying to. But again, like, how do you push through these bridges? You just can't. They're just so narrow. The power of Ultra Love. Like, so much of this area is just it's so choked up. So an army like Ryung's just can't really gain ground. A ground-based army, I mean. Has gone into, how many, 14 Cyclones? Let's go. I mean, that does help solve the issue of the army being a little bit more immobile, kind of. So he has dive potential. Top left being taken. Ryung double expanding. Trying to push in. Disables the tanks. The BCs have arrived. Yamato's popping up. Gets 3 Cyclones. Well, to how many BCs? 12 battle cruisers. That's a lot of BCs. Getting up to 13. The Mass Disable though. Mass Disable here on the BCs. Vikings pop up. Liberation has arrived. Ooh. The BCs have to back off. Mine shots did connect. Ryung, he's breaking through. He's breaking through. Nice. Nice disables here overall. 6 more BCs on the way. Oh my god. Making 6 BCs at a time. But hey, that fight didn't go too badly here for Ryung. Like, unironically, the Widowmine shots did help. Like, that was that was crazy. Ryung, he pulls back with his main army. Maru scanning, spots the expansions. What's a little bit concerning here is that Maru did survive with most of his battle cruisers. They just backed off, and they're being topped up as we speak. So the BC count of Maru wasn't really touched too much. He's still on 7. Down from 13. But Ryung, he's still in this. I mean, he's back up and running. He has an economy. He has mining. And he's opened up the map. He has opened it up. Okay. I'm starting to believe in the tuna. Starting. Maru rotating over. Going for the expansions. We've seen this before. Ryung backs off. Rotating around, catching reinforcements. At least trying to. Go against the tank. Trading minerals for gas. Going for another. Jesus. It's a lot of Hellions. Don't often see Hellions killing tanks. They're crazy. Jesus, we have 10 Widow Mines on the way. Let's go. That's an insane amount of Widow Mines. They're really pushing forward. Now Shimada's on the Thors. Widow Mines are setting up. And again, if Ryung can lure the army in within Widow Mine range, then, I mean, he can win a fight. It's just a lot of Widow Mines. Oh, catches another Cyclone. Widow Mine's waddling in. He's going for it. He's going for the dive. Widow Mines to do borrow and up. Connecting him with the tanks. Not quite catching the Vikings. They're waddling in. They won't connect though. Yeah, not enough. BCs, they hold their own. They shut down the army. It was a bold move there by Ryung. Just waddling in with the army of Widow Mines, but GG gets called, and Maru will take game number 2. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Again, a very chaotic game state there, and I mean, I appreciate what Ryung was trying to do, and there was potential there for sure. But GG. In the end, the mass BC did overwhelm, and with that, Maru takes a 2-0 lead. So we're getting ready for game number 3. But if Maru, if he wasn't as attentive, if he was a little bit too cavalier, then there was definitely potential there for Ryung to get underneath the army. The goal there, of course, was for the Widow Mines to be able to burrow underneath the army, to be able to catch out the BCs and the Vikings. What's the goal? Meanwhile, looks like has the other match concluded? Let me just double check here. It looks like we're being joined by some of these other casters. No, GuMiho and Hear Me, they're still going on. Still ongoing. Okay, we're good. We are good to go. Getting into game 3, and this was a wild game as well. Winding it back a little bit here, I mean, props to Ryung. Ryung did have a lead, if you remember. I mean, it was a long game, but early on with the initial double starport build, Ryung, he was able to gain an advantage. He was able to get a third base over his opponent, able to take an economic advantage and look to max out. But if you remember, once Maru realized what was going on, he didn't just double expand and get a 4th and 5th base, but he was so quick to throw down a 3rd, then 4th, then 5th starport. Like early on, he didn't waste time, you know, making more Marines and going into more medevacs and more drop play. Like Maru, he was so willing to embrace like a late game, like 10-15 minutes ahead of time. Like it was crazy just how early on he was getting ready for specifically that kind of game state. So while Ryung was setting up and getting planetaries and making tanks and fortifying himself, in a way he was kind of being inefficient and wasting resources for trying to defend against a push that wasn't really coming. As Maru, he was just taken to the skies immediately. Crazy. Regardless, here we go. We're getting into game number 3, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the other South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, leading the series 2-0, one more game away from advancing on to the semifinals. It is Maru. Oh, let's go. As Ryung does move out across the map and is setting up for the proxy. Now, just a single SCV, so it's not like proxy 2x Reap or anything like that. There's one Rax back at home and one across the map. So not too committed here by Ryung. It is aggressive, don't get me wrong, it is aggressive, but from here he can transition into, you know, a more standard game state. As from here, should be getting into his Reaper production. There we go, Reapers are on the way. And Maru opens up double gas. Oof. Okay, double gas open out of Maru. This is very safe play. It looks like Ryung was maybe hoping that Maru would go for a faster expansion and something more economic. But given this kind of opener, this means that Maru should have access to the fast Hellion. And with a Hellion, with Reapers, he should be okay. Now, early on, there's going to be a window in time where Ryung is going to have a Reaper advantage over his opponent. This is where Maru has to pull the boys. He has to pull the boys, he has to save and make sure that first Reaper does not go down and just buy time for that Hellion. It's all about buying time for the factory unit. Maru, he's checking for a proxy. Does check here on the right-hand side. Reaper's on the way. Maru, does he move out? Ooh, this is a bold move. This is usually considered illegal. You don't usually move out with the first Reaper just because of game states like this. This means that Maru has nothing at home to defend, and the Reapers, they have arrived. They can try to catch out that first Reaper. They head for the main. The boys are being pulled, as we did mention. CC under fire. And Maru, he races back home. Does race back home. CC's going to be delayed. But Maru's fine. Yeah, he's fine at this point. Hellion is coming out in a couple of seconds. Extra boys being pulled just in case. Maru taking this very seriously. There we go. Now he pulls back. Ryung still has potential. Dives in. Nice spread here of the Reapers. And we'll try to delay the CC once again. He's attempting to. We'll get it. SCV goes down. But the army's trapped. Yeah, there's no way out of this. Second Hellion has arrived and Ryung is locked down. That's a hefty loss here. Ryung losing 4 Reapers. 4 Reapers for 2 SCVs does delay the expansion, but Ryung's expansion was already delayed. With that, Maru does gain map control. Does gain an army lead. We'll see if Ryung can stabilize. As Maru's soon going to move out. Rax will confirm. Confirm what's going on. We do have the high ground for Ryung. Does shoot first. Yeah, better engage here for the Red Terran, but the army breaks through. Alright, he does break through. Hellions are very low. attempts to go for the dive. Ryung holds. Behind this, getting to his 1-1-1. Likewise, so is Maru. Ooh, Maru going Banshee this time. Okay. Is going for that one Banshee. As a reminder, there shouldn't be a commitment into mass Banshee or anything like that. There's no cloak on the way. It's just a singular Banshee, just harass across the map. We mentioned this in game 1, how one Banshee can do a surprising amount of damage in TVT, and how it's been popularized quite a bit this year by the Korean Terrans. Of course, Ryung wasn't able to actually make use of it. But we'll see if Maru is more successful as the Banshee moves out. Again, just the one Banshee. Looking for any kind of proxy. Making sure he's safe and sound. Raven production has begun for both players. Banshee moving out. And Ryung is going to be the first to go for the third CC. Third CC is on the way in the main. So rushing into the third. While Maru moving out. Still maintains that larger army supply. Ryung once again shoots first. Oh! But it's still being overwhelmed by just the sheer amount of army here from Maru. Does break through, gets us off the Cyclone. Oh, Cyclone doesn't go down. Ryung, he kites back, trading 1-for-1. Banshee does arrive as well to help support. And Maru, can he break through this? Where are the tanks? They're not existent. No tanks here to defend. No bunker either. Maru shuts down all the Hellions, breaks through the defensive line, and there's nothing left. There's nothing left here for Ryung. Not like this. First tank has arrived. GG gets called as he gets overwhelmed, and Maru, he will take the series 3-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Maru, he will take it. Again, Ryung cutting corners, did start up his third TC before getting to tank production. Was hoping to get away with, cutting corners and trying to rush into the mid game there after failed aggression. It's one of those things where after you go for a proxy like that, after you're committed with Reapers, you have to take a chance, right? As a Terran player in a mirror matchup, you have to take a chance, either going for an all-in follow-up or cutting corners and being greedy. Alas, Maru did punish. GG, well played. GG, well played. But with that, I was most impressed by game 2. Obviously, game 2 on Ultra Love, I was very impressed with Maru's decision making. More importantly, obviously he was also taking chances, cutting corners by going into Mass Viking early on. He was vulnerable to a move out, but Ryung never moved out. Ryung, there was definitely a window there where, with his mass tank based army, he could have tried to push across the map and try to leverage that in some way, but he didn't. He didn't, and yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. GG, well played. Maru will advance on, and my condolences to Ryung, as that does mean that Ryung is knocked out of HomeStory Cup. GG, well played. Ryung, he is knocked out of the tournament, and Maru will advance on. It looks like we do have an update here. GuMiho, likewise, did advance on as well, as we switch our scenes over and have a look at the bracket. From the top, we have our playoff bracket. We have Maru advancing on over Ryung into the upper semifinals. Likewise, GuMiho takes down Big Gabe, Hero Marine 3-1. There was more of a back and forth here. They did go all the way to game 4 at least, but GuMiho did make it to those upper bracket semifinals. I mean, it makes sense. GuMiho is the reigning champion. GuMiho is the one to beat, and there's going to be another TVT there in the upper bracket semifinals. Oh boy, best of luck. Meanwhile, we can scroll down to the other quarterfinal matches here. We have 2 more matches ahead of us. We have Clem versus Nightmare and Serral versus Spirit. Now, the mainstream are going to be covering the TVP. They're going to be covering Clem and Nightmare. That does make sense. I do think that's going to be a very close one. I do look forward to tuning into the VODs, as obviously I can't watch it live, but best of luck to Clem and Nightmare in that best of 5. Here on the B stream, we're going to be covering Serral versus Spirit. Now, the B stream isn't going to be live for the entirety of the night. The plan here, I believe, is to cast Serral versus Spirit, and then we split off for the upper bracket semifinals. So the main stream will pick and choose. They'll probably give us the TVT, I'll be honest. They'll probably give us GuMiho versus Maru, so there's a high chance that we're going to be covering GuMiho versus Maru on this channel later on. And then we might cast the lower bracket semifinals at the same time that the mainstream is covering the upper bracket finals. So that is, I believe, the current schedule. If matches finish quickly, then the mainstream will just cover everything. If like the night is progressing a little bit faster, if the schedule is progressing faster, then they'll just cover all these matches. Otherwise, we're stepping in to help alleviate some of that and help provide some additional casting. That is the plan. So we're playing it a little bit fast and loose. A little bit. But my condolences to Ryung and Big Gabe as they are knocked out of the tournament. But it's all good, you know, because you know what that means? That means more pizza for the people. As Gabe, he can go back. He can put on his apron, put on his chef's hat, take off the shirt, and make all the pizza. It looked good. Not gonna lie, it looked good. So much love to our players. For now, though, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a break, and we are waiting for our players to set up. As you know, as some of these players do step out of the player booths, that's where Serral, Spirit, Clem, and Nightmare will step in, and they do need some time to get their peripherals and everything set up. Here we go. I thought Big Gabe is in the lower brackets. It's only double elimination for the semifinals. Only double in for the semifinals. So I believe Gabe and Ryung are out of the tournament. Unfortunately. So I apologize if I didn't express that or if I didn't make that clear. But the way this format works is that it's only double elimination if you make it to the top 4. Only top 4 get double elimination. So top 8, single in. Yeah. All good. All good. And as we said, Lindsay, my apologies, I was unable to give you a shout out earlier, but a big shout out to sort of Gab. Happy God, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Thank you so much for the support, sort of. Thank you. Always. I was just a little bit engrossed in the series, in the game. Likewise, shout out to Holy Lime as well for subscribing to Twitch Prime. Thank you. Do appreciate it. I do see some people talking about stream lagging. Our stream wasn't lagging, but there was a little bit of latency for the players. I did notice that, especially in game 1. I think it was in game 1 where there were a couple of moments where the frames would stutter and the frames would drop in game. That wasn't the stream. That was it looked like some networking issues from the venue, unfortunately. Meanwhile, oh my God, Complete. Thank you so much, Complete. Thank you so much for the gifted subs in the chat. Papi God, thank you so much. Do appreciate it. But what I will say is that thankfully no one timed out. If you haven't been tuning into the previous days of HomeStory Cup here, I mean, it's been rough to see, but there have been some networking issues and a lot of casters and players have been dropping. But for the most part, even though it did look like there were some lag spikes here and there in the games themselves, no one timed out, no one lagged out. It's like, it does seem to be more stable today. Hopefully, fingers crossed. It does seem to be more stable. Thankfully, for the final day, it would be very sad if it were to impact too heavily the semis and the finals. Net today and the venue was fixed today, isn't it? We believe for the most part, yes. The admins were telling me that there was a bit of latency going on between Gabe and GuMiho, but it doesn't seem as severe. So it looks like we're looking good. Our gifted subs randomly. Yes, they're random. But thank you so much, Complete. Thank you. We do appreciate it. Gracias, man. Gracias. But yeah, with that, we're going to be going on a break. And when we come back, you know what comes next. It's going to, as I almost forget to pay out the predictions. But up next on the channel is going to be Serral versus Spirit. Oh boy. Coming into this, Serral is going to be the heavy favorites, but I do wish Spirit the best of luck. I'm sure he's going to have a banger of a performance here, and we'll see if he can take it to Serral. Fingers crossed. For now, though, again, we're going to be going on that short break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready for a night of StarCraft. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OSC as we have returned with our second quarterfinals match. Again, I do apologize for the extended break, but the players, they are ready. They're finished eating Gabe's pizza. They're ready, they're full, they are prepared for what's to come as we are diving into a fresh best of 5 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline. We have the Polish Terran player, the blue Terran representing himself, currently teamless, but deserving to be on the team. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Basilisk. It is Serral. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Ooh, as a reminder, this is a best of 5, and the loser of this series will be eliminated from the tournament. It is double elimination, but only from the semi-finals forward. So the tournament life, their tournament lives are on the line. They are on the line here as we do embrace our starting map. Going to be on Frostline, a very large map here in the map pool as well, very wide open. I'm curious how players will approach this. Again, coming into this series, Serral is a heavy favorite for sure. Definitely he's the last Zerg player in the tournament. I didn't get to mention that, but yeah, true. He's the last remaining Zerg player in the entire event here, and we'll see if he can represent Zerg coming on forward or moving forward in this tournament. Can we stop all the TVTs? I want to believe, Pappy. Let's go. Meanwhile, of course, Piotr did have a pretty big upset in the group stage. For those that are curious, to make it out of the group stage, Piotr, he took down Showtime, was able to bring down Showtime in a best of 3. That was a big win for Spirit, and from that has been able to secure himself here into the top 8 of HomeStory Cup. So a very impressive performance already here by Spirit, and we'll see if he can continue that reign here, if he can contest against Serral. Serral, of course, known for cutting corners, known for his safe openers. Typically, what we should be seeing here in ZVT, Serral's go-to is roach-based openers, right? Hatch gas pool or gaseous openers into roaches, into 3-4 bases, into, of course, running up quite quickly into a 4-base economy. We'll see if Serral can get away with that. We'll see if Spirit can punish that. Going over the EWC matches, of course, that is what Clem was really was able to excel at more than anything, is just punishing the greed of Serral time and time again, able to punish him for cutting corners, cutting link production, cutting roach production, and punishing his greed. Again, I'm sure Spirit is fully aware. I'm sure he's fully aware of Serral's style and of how Clem approached it, but how will Spirit approach it? So now he does dancing. Does dance with the links, chipping away at them. But no major damage behind this, going for a third CC before Starport. Very economic build here out of Spirit, which is what we expect. I was referring to this earlier in the chat, but again, Spirit, he is known for his late game. That is what he is best at when it comes to cutting corners and embracing a longer game state here in ZVT and slowing the game down, more importantly. Now, I don't think this is a good map for that. I think there are maps like Abyssal Reef, King's Cove, and even Neo Violet Square, where you can get a 4 and 5 base up very safely and very securely. Here on King's Cove, the bases are so spread out and so wide open. I do favor an aggressor, or I should say I do favor someone like Serral in this kind of game state, just because it is that much more difficult to really turtle up, specifically on this map. So we'll see how Spirit will change his approach. We shall see. For the time being, getting to his add-on swap, Tech Lab is done, going Reactor Hellion into Banshee. Add-on swap is upon us. Banshee is going to be on the way. Overlord tries to dip in, gets eyes on the gases. Not much more than that. Serral has been droning, pulling back into gas. Did not skip out on link speed. Link speed was researched, but we should soon be seeing his tech of choice. See if he goes into a lair, into a roach horn, into a Bailey nest. What does Serral go for? We should be seeing in the next 30 seconds. The next 30 seconds. As Spirit is rotating around, looking for a way in. Overlord does go for the dive, and the Overlord will confirm. Researching Stim and the researching Tech Lab on the starport. So Serral, he is aware of Cloak Banshees. Fully aware of what's coming his way. And so far it is going to be lair first. Okay, it's going to be a faster lair. We are skipping out of on the Roach Warren, so it looks like Serral, he may just embrace Ling Bane. Love to see it. Do love to see it. I do think that makes a lot of sense here on these larger wide open maps, specifically Frostline. We'll go into some of the other maps later on down the line. Extra gases are being taken. And from here, we should soon be seeing our tech of choice. So Hellions poke in. I'm curious if Serral is going to be skipping out on Banelings. I feel like we should be seeing a Baneling nest by now. For now, just purely Ling Queen, droning up, getting a store base saturated. Lair is finishing up. Do we go for a Spire? No shot. Lair is about to finish. Baneling nest just now being thrown down. Still just running up. Yeah, extra gases are now being taken as well, getting into 4 gases. Okay, there we go. It is going to be the Ebra Chambers. Okay, Ling Bane. Just going to be getting to Ling Bane. No further tech. Serral just securing himself. He's got a hefty queen count. So far, so good. Meanwhile, the Banshees have finally hit the field. They're going for the main. Banshees, they slip in between the bases. Queens are out on the map. Drones are going down. So far, 3 drone kills. Not bad. Okay, 3 workers. Hellions likewise are poised to dive into the 3rd. Spirit waiting for his moment. As he does poke in. Behind this, Spirit just getting the store base up and running, getting to 1-1. His 5-rack setup. And we'll see if Spirit does decide to skip his gases and go into something like an 8-racks. It's possible. It's possible here as Hellions, they poke in, but their Queen still in position, and Serral holds. So he holds his own lost 3 drones. So far, better defense here by Serral, getting his base up and running. And this is what I was concerned by. Serral, he's now up to 81 drones. Serral, he's reaching his final form. He's defended, deflected with purely Queen. Did cut corners, or I should say he didn't overinvest into Lings, into Banelings, into Roaches. Serral, he got away with defending with the bare minimum. And now he's reaching 4 base saturation. Meanwhile, Spirit, he moves out with his first push. It's going to be the 8-minute tank push. 2 tanks, good amount of bio, with 1-1 and stim. And Serral, he is now focusing on Ling Bane production to get ready for this attack. So Serral, he's gotten away with droning up to 80, and now he can focus on his army. Getting ready for a surround. Spirit pushes in. Queen's under fire, but here comes the Ling Bane. Spirit, he does pull back. Nice target firing, but Serral is setting up for the surround. He comes in from behind, and there's no way out of this. Banelings, they crash in. They shut down the Hellions, the tanks. The Marines survive, but Serral holds. And again, Serral, he can now just focus on pure Ling Bane production here from here. Going for the infestation bit, into Hive Tech. From here, he can go into Ultras, Vipers, Hydra Lurker. Meanwhile, Creep is just spreading throughout the entire map. And the dynamic is soon about to change. Basically, the dynamic that we're seeing here is that Spirit is the aggressor, right? Spirit, he's being aggressive, he's dropping towards the north, towards the south. But soon, once this base gets fully operational, that momentum is going to swing in favor of Serral. And so he's already shutting this down. Nice splits, avoids the mine shots. And soon it's going to be Spirit taking more defensive role. Still being active though. Still being active on the map, still getting what we're trying to get whatever he can. Creep is respreading. Does get a queen, not bad. Queen goes down, Spirit pushing towards the south. Serral is ready for this though. Does have an army in position. Spirit does have that Widowmine behind this. So far, nice trades. Takes down 3 Banelings. Gets a Queen. Queen goes down. The target firing. Oh my god. Spirit takes down the Banelings. And he can trade against the Lings as well. He breaks through, getting to the mineral line. Serral, he has to respond. Does rotate. Ooh. And will hold. Serral will hold on at the same time here towards the north. Queen's under fire. Spirit doing well. He trades efficiently. He gets the Lings. He cashes out all the Queens. Spirit is keeping up. I said before that soon we should be seeing momentum swing in favor of Serral, but that is not happening. Spirit has been trading very well. Serral, he rotates, the army comes in. Serral not quite ready for this. Yeah, he has to come back home. He has to come back. Lings, they collapse on in. How good are the mine shots? Not amazing. Oh, even friendly fire. Serral holds, he shuts us down. Yeah, the mine shots were lackluster. And Spirit has to back off. He was committing quite a lot there to those Widow Mines. He gets cleaned up, still has some Marines left over, just keeping Serral busy. And Serral does turn around for a moment there, but now he hits the third. Serral can finally be the aggressor. Tries to go for the mineral line, takes down the bunker. Went 3 depots. 3 depots go down. Serral maxing out.
Game paused.
And it looks like there might be some latency. Yeah. As we mentioned before, there have been some networking issues at the venue for HomeStory Cup that has been plaguing day 1 and day 2. We got a little bit lucky so far here in day 3, but the first instance has arrived, and if the lag spike did affect the game, then we are more than willing to, of course, remake. We can remake like 5-10 seconds later, especially. But it looks like right now we're just trying to wait out the lag spike. We are waiting it out. It was one of those things where, again, thankfully, it feels like it's been better today at least, but it's still not ideal. Not ideal. I don't know if it's been affecting the other stream as well, the main stream. But yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those things that is, for the most part, out of our control, right? Out of the control of the organizers, or Dennis and Take. This is the main true. Ay. Kappa. They're on a break? I see. Yeah. Which is quite sad. That's right. Oh,
Resumed.
so we jump back in. Oh, we are jumping back in. Looks like the lag spike has subsided. Now we can focus on our move out. Spirit going for a split push. This time Serral's in position. Oh, Widowmine is denied. Serral, he does react quite hard here to these northern drops. Spirit, he's denying creep. Moving forward. Oh, the bite shot. Up. Yeah, good connection. Towards the end though, forcing friendly fire. Better engaged here by Serral. He shuts us down. And does force the pick up. Spirit at the same time though, going for a drop here towards the 4th. Into the main. And Serral, he just counterattacks. Does go for the counterattack, has a mass amount of Ling Bane. Going for the 3rd, but Spirit does evacuate. It's already empty. Spirit, he got out of here. He cares about his workers, Pappy. He saves them. We'll lose control of the expansion. Spirit, he pulled away. D-Bear's going down. And Spirit, he moves in. And he will get the mineral line. It is over stim, but does get 10 drones. 10 workers go down. The expansion as well. Oh, drops towards the north. Less successful. And Serral just keeps going. No, the SCVs! No! They were meant to live! And they were pulled away, but they still go down, and there's nothing at home to defend. The planetary as well, completely exposed. And Serral, he knocks down base after base. May have lost one of his own, but this is more impactful here. 4 spirits. Losing both expansions. Still being active, doesn't really have many reinforcements left over. Spirit, he supply block! Oh, god. A supply block, no economy either. And Serral, he is overwhelming. As he's still maintaining a 73 worker count, 30 worker lead. He's almost maxed. Vipers have arrived. And again, shout out to Spirit. He was holding his own for quite some time, but again, as we mentioned before, here on Frostline, the 3rd and 4th base are so exposed. Like, it's so difficult to defend and fortify these areas compared to other maps. It's also why Spirit isn't even trying to. He's just counterattacking. Just going full aggression instead. Good mine shots. Mine shots going up. Nice spread here at the Spirit, but still there's just too much Zerg. There's just too much of a swarm. Spirit gets overwhelmed. The Pyro army falls and there's almost nothing left over. Spirit, he's on 2 bases. He's stuck on a 2-base economy, not even a 2-base economy. Retaking his 3rd, doing what he can. Lings, they flood in, they catch reinforcements. And Serral, he's done defending. He can now focus on the assault. Once again, going for the 3rd. The SCVs! No! They just got here. And all the workers are going to fall. Ay. And Spirit, he's just running out of steam. He's got a handful of Winter Mines, handful of Marines left over. Nice spread here by Serral. Avoids the mine shots for the most part. Liberation has arrived, but GG gets called, and Serral will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, as we were saying, coming into Frostline, it is a bit of a more difficult map to really fortify yourself and secure yourself in. And we saw Spirit struggling to do so. With that, Serral did snowball out of control and does take a lead. Does take a lead in the series. But now we're getting ready for game number 2. And we're going to be loading into one of the older maps in the map pool for the first time tonight. Is this the first time in the weekend, at least here on the B stream? We haven't seen many maps or many games on King's Cove. One of the more often vetoed maps in the map pool. We rarely get to see games here on King's Cove, but it's the best of 5, so less vetoes. Makes sense. Are less vetoes. And this is a map where you can get into a more secure 4 and 5 base economy. We'll get into it. We will get into it. As we're making sure we have all of our lovely casters. Beautiful. So we're getting into game 2. Shout out to Indy, by the way. Indy, of course, he's casting in Polish. He's here for his boy, for Piotr. Always. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the Polish Terran player, the Blue Terran the Blue Terran down in the series, but only down by 1. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Serral. Here we go, and welcome back everyone to King's Cove. It has been far too long since we have embraced this map. Again, this is a map that was in the map pool back in 2017. A very, very old map. Not just King's Cove, but Abyssal Reef and Neon Violet Square as well. The early years of Legacy of the Void, and now it's back. It's back in all its glory, and King's Cove is now one of the largest maps in the map pool. I believe the largest map is Neon Violet Square, followed by King's Cove, and then Abyssal Reef. I mean, funnily enough, the 3 old maps are the largest maps. I mean, back in the day, that was more of the norm, was, you know, these big, larger maps. Was a different era, different time, different form of StarCraft. But we spoke a little bit earlier about how exposed Frostline was, as opposed to a map like this. Very similar to Abyssal Reef in that sense. Your natural is very, very difficult to actually push into. There's a very narrow ramp coming into it, of course. Likewise, the natural is on the same point of elevation as the 3rd. Your 3rd base is also here towards the left-hand side. Likewise, another ramp coming into it, so also a very secure location to defend. What I will say is that the 4th base is a little bit more exposed. Likewise, though, there's another choke point here towards the left-hand side, and you can try to get your, especially if you have map control, of course, you can get your 4th and your 5th base up and running here in the corner of the map. We'll see if that's going to be the case here for Spirit. As we mentioned before, like in that previous game in Game 1, Spirit, he just couldn't really do much about the Ling run-bys or Ling counterattacks from Serral. Couldn't really slow the game down. But some of these other maps are more prone to that. Whether it's King's Cove, Abyssal Reef is another one, even Neon Violet Square, because of the pocket base, and the also 4 and 5 base setup. It is also why there is a little bit of controversy regarding the choice of specifically these 3 maps that were added to the map pool. But we've talked about that to death. That's but now we are here. We are here in game 2. Link speed on the way. Hatch gas pool opener by Serral. Everything looking as it should. 3rd base on the way. And the dance has begun. Ideally, Spirit, he's hoping to catch that tumor, but barely is zoned away. Spirit backs off behind this, 3rd CC. So 3 CC before Starport. Economic build once again out of Spirit. Same opener he went for in game 1. And this most likely will lead into Reactor to Hellion production, into Starport, into Banshee play. So Hellions are on the horizon here. And we'll see if Spirit can be a little bit more successful here when it comes to finding damage and picking away at the economy of Serral. Shall see. Likewise, because of the defensive setup on 3 bases, I would not be surprised if gaseous openers become a little bit more common and trendy on King's Cove. Serral has embraced gaseous openers in the past, so have players like Dark, players like Shin. We don't see that here, but that's definitely something that we could be seeing even further in this tournament. What I'm referring to when it comes to a gaseous opener in TVZ is just skipping out of your gas, going for a heavier queen count, defending with purely queens and lings. This is something you can get away with if you're a little bit more fortified here, or it's easier to wall off, especially with just purely queen. Meanwhile, that's not Banshee. My apologies. That is not Banshee. Fusion Core is on the way. Spirit is going to be opening up BC instead. Oh boy, I'm also a little bit concerned about the follow-up. Now, as a reminder, this is still an economic build with a faster third base, but with this BC-based opener, this could lead into mech. Can be BC into mech here from Spirit. Meanwhile, back at home, that is a very fast lair. That was a 4-minute lair here out of Serral. So Serral cutting corners, going for earlier tech. We'll see what this leads into. But now Serral, he's got it. Never mind. The Overlord did get a glimpse of the Fusion Core. That does explain the fast lair. This should be for a fast Spire. Fast Spire, fast Corruptors. Serral, he sees all, he knows all. Oh my god. So a very unfortunate position for Spirit, as it was right next to the dead space, right next to the Overlord. So there's no surprise factor in favor of the Terran, which is where a lot of this power comes from, is just trying to catch the Zerg player off guard. And that's just not happening. You can see Serral take his gases. We have gases early on here at the natural, at the third, in the main. And again, this should all be leading into a Spire. So a very good response here by Serral. He's all over this. Meanwhile, we spoke about mech. There it is. A double factory. Again, it's very common to go into a factory follow-up after BC. It is very common. And again, I'm sure Serral is fully aware of that. Spire is on the way at the natural. We can see Spirit getting ready for a Hellion run by. Ideally, you want to hit with the BCs and the Hellions at the same time. Either bringing it all together or going for different bases. Hellions are distracting the Queens. BC teleports into the main. Does teleport behind the main base, I should say. Getting an Overlord. But Serral, he responds. He keeps up. BC gets 1 Overlord, but shouldn't get much more than that. The BC zoned away. We have more queens here towards the south. How many queens in total? 10! 10 queens for Serral. And he does keep up. Doesn't lose a single queen. Hellions, they threaten a dive. Focusing on creep. And that is a Roach Warren on the way. Again, Serral, he hasn't seen... Oh, he has seen. Never mind. I was going to say he hasn't seen the factories, but he could just assume that it's going to be mech. Does confirm with the Overseer. So throws down the Roach Warren. Is getting into Roach play, getting into Corruptors. So far, really good scouting out of Serral. He sees everything that Spirit's up to, and he responds. At the same time, the Hellions out of position. Lings, they hit the third. Spirit is not quite ready. Marines go down. Lings are coming from behind. They get a surround on the Hellions. They at least try to. 2 Hellions go down. 3 Hellions go down. But thankfully, they buy time. They buy time for the reinforcements, and Spirit holds. Not without losing 2 SCVs, not without racing back home, giving Serral breathing room. Now Serral, he can take his center expansion, getting his 4th. Embracing his upgrades, plus on range, plus on melee as well. Going into the infestation pits. Gives access to infestors, of course, for fungal growths. Meanwhile, Spirit is embracing Battle Mech. This is an older version of Battle Mech, of course. For those that are curious, the new patch is live, and that means that we have the old Cyclone. Immaculate Accelerators on the way. Cyclones are amassing. I'm sure there are some people curious about the bug that is plaguing the live version of the game that is not plaguing the tournament. For those that are curious, a mod has been produced leading into HomeStory Cup, and we are using a mod that does fix the Cyclone. So that bug is not going to be impacting the tournament. Thankfully, shout out to the mod maker, by the way. Shout out to the mod maker for basically patching the game for us. Much love. Not just doesn't just impact Cyclones. I believe there was also a bug with the Oracle when it comes to the Revelation cast range, and that was also fixed in the mod. So we do appreciate it. Still though, you know, Battle Mech is very much so viable now, once again. Spirit trying to embrace it. Overseer dives in, confirming the production. Confirming the composition as well. Getting eyes on the Cyclones, the tanks, the saturation. Ooh, and Serral here responds with Swarm Host. Let's go! Again, a bit of a more old school response, but against a more tank heavy composition, it makes sense, as tanks are on the way. Spirit, again, he's switching out of Cyclones into tank production. And that is where Swarm Host can thrive. BC's coming in from behind. Corruptors are going to be able to keep up. They shut the BCs down. They force a teleport. BCs, they got one drone and one queen, but that's all they get. When it comes to the effectiveness of Swarm Hosts and why you don't often see them, is specifically against Battle Mech, Swarm Hosts can struggle. I'm referring to a more heavy Hellion Cyclone composition, just because they do such a great job at gaining map control and chasing Swarm Hosts down and punishing them. But because Spirit is switching to more tanks, as we can see here, just more tanks on the way, it's more stationary, does mean that Swarm Hosts can escape that much easier. They can dip in, get their local save off, then dip out. A little bit more difficult to punish, I should say. As the local save makes its way towards the natural. Going for the mineral line. And we're going to get some SCVs at the same time. Corruptors, they do hit the third. No kills, but they do force some lost mine time. CC almost goes down. More Nidus Worms. And Spirit is stuck at home. He is stuck at home. BC's looking for that Nidus. Nice, finishing up. Spirit, he does respond, going for the Nidus Worm. Here come the Cyclones. Up. And Serral, he will barely get away in time. Ooh, just barely. Does escape with all the Swarm Hosts. Not a single one goes down. More Nidus Worms finishing up. And the local save will still come in. Dives on the turrets. BCs are ready for this though. So a nice defense by Spirit. And Spirit, throughout all of this, he's slowly maxing out. He's almost there. And Spirit, who will soon push out across the map. But now Corruptors are going for the CC. That forces a response here from the Cyclones and BCs. At least the Cyclones. As you can see here, Spirit, he's going to mass Cyclone production. He's done with tanks. After seeing the Swarm Host, of course. Now looking to move out. He's maxed. And it's going to be on Serral to slow this army down. As we mentioned before, King's Cove compared to Frostline is more like fortifiable here on 3 and 4 bases. Now a 5th base is on the way, making use of choke points. Walling up, walling up. The terrain as well is quite awkward with all these cliff faces, with all these rocks. So this is a better map for something like Mech, or even a slower form of like Bio. Or Bio tank even. So this map is more ideal for what Spirit's going for. Pushing through the center. Gaining ground. Serral behind this, building up more Link Bane. Oh. Again, trying to slow this down. So we're getting pinged back. Almost, they're coming in from behind. Let's go. They're coming from behind. They're going for the tanks. The tank line is exposed. He gets 1. He gets 2. He gets all 4. All 4 tanks go down. Massive pickup. The flanking Swarm Host. Likewise, another tank goes down. Spirit just getting picked apart. And again, the tanks, that's the backbone of this army. It's down to 4. Another DC falls. Spirit getting back into tank production. Oh, the Biles! Oh my god, another BC as well. Very clutch Biles here out of Serral. Despite the teleport, they still go down. And those Swarm Hosts are still active. They're still out there. Nidus Storm into the natural. Local save as well. Nidus Storm goes down. But against Spirit, he just hasn't been able to gain any ground. Hasn't been able to push in. He has to back up. Has to retreat. Spirit, he has to remax once again. And Serral, he holds. He holds very nicely. He's taking more bases, more expansions. Didn't lose anything here to the army move out. Outside of creep, of course, which is being respread. BCs once again. Another one goes down. Spirit down to 1 battle cruiser. A teleport's on cooldown, which means it's going to fall as well. Massive pickup. From here, Serral can take into Broodlords. More tanks falling. Oh, massive connections. Spirit not paying attention. Bailey's, they crashing. They shut down the Hellies. They're going for the mineral line. And Serral, he's just pulling Spirit apart. I mean, shout out to Spirit. He had momentum for a lot of this game, right? Like, he was able to max out, able to defend, able to push out as well. But, Serral is just all over it. Just really impressive play there by Serral with his Nidus Worms, with his, surround. The Swarm Host with the MVPs. Speaking of, they come in once again just trading with the Cyclones. Has Serral lost a Swarm Host? He has not. the value, the efficiency. Not a single Swarm Host has fallen this game. Not a single one. Going for another run by. Spirit getting into Mech Ghost. Nukes are on the way. Let's go. And Spirit, he at least does max out. Maxes out, but he's stuck at home. Still stuck at home. Serral freely expanding, going into Infestors. Does have the Greater Spire, which means, again, Broodlords are on the way. There they are. They're morphing in. Now that the BC count was reset, Broodlords are that much more viable. That was the kind of trigger point for Serral to take in this direction. As there's only 1 BC left. And yeah, just embracing Broodlord Infestor. Now, thankfully for Spirit, he does have Ghosts. He has 10 Ghosts. That's a lot of Ghosts. Does have 10 Ghosts left over. That will help. The Broodlords that now reveal themselves. Going for the forward expansion. And they're going to knock it down. The Ghosts are responding. Getting ready for their snipes. Here come the Bungles. Oh, first one connects. Massive connection. Oh, that's what? 2, 3 Ghosts going down. 4 even. And 4 Ghost kills. Infestor does overextend. 1 Infestor goes down. The base falls. The Fungal going up, grazing the army. At the same time, Lings, they hit the Northern Expansion. Oh my god, Lings, the Locust Wave even. Oh my god. 20 SCVs. And Serral, he shuts down, he denies 2 bases. 2 bases do fall. And Spirit just struggling to keep up. Struggling to hold on. Again, these Swarm Hosts have been around almost the entire game, and they just keep getting more value. Just keep getting more damage. So again, Serral pushing in. The Locust Wave gets the Mineral Line, or 2 SCVs even. The Neural! The Neural and the BC. It's gonna fall. Let's go, the Microbial Shroud. Let's go. I think the Microbial Shroud's the same key as the Bile, so it's fine. The Serral's Hockey setup, I mean. As he does kind of here against the Cyclones. We see Spirit trying to transition into Mass Thor Ghost. There's going to be a lot of Thors. Snipes coming in. Gets 1. Gets 2, gets 3. 3 Broodlords go down. Nice snipes here from Spirits. At the same time, Locust Wave towards the south. Going for the natural. Getting 8 more SCVs. Again, Serral, he's all over this. He's got a 10k mineral bank. Oh no, and there's still plenty of bases to expand to. Ay, ay, ay. As he dips in, denies more mining. Oof. And he just cannot keep up here. We're going for a nuke across the map. I mean, even if it goes off, I don't think it really matters too much, as Serral, he does notice, does pull away in time. Getting to Vipers. There's a lot of creep going down. Nuke gets caught, or Ghost gets caught. Another nuke on the way. I mean, that does give a Spirit a bit of breathing room. Able to finally take the center expansion. Takes down the Nidus. Serral working his way out of Broodlords. He's down to 4. Hasn't replaced them. I mean, upon seeing all these Thors and Ghosts, it makes sense. Like, you do need to be quite fluid with this kind of army. As finally some Stormhearts go down. And Serral instead switching into Ling Bane into Ultra, looks like. As Ultra upgrades are on the way. Catching the Cyclones. Moving in. Again, something more mobile. Going for the planetary. Oh, the Banelings! Oh, they crash into the SCVs. Another planetary falling. Yeah, so just switching to Ling Bane, Roach Ravager. Again, the Thors, they want Broodlords, but the Broodlords have come and gone. The final Broodlord goes down. Now it's all about Ling Bane. From here, I wouldn't be opposed to Serral even switching into Lurker tech. I mean, Lurkers or Ultras. The big reason for this is because the tank count is quite low now for Spirit, as he's been switching into hard Thor production. Into more anti-air. So that's where a ground-based army can thrive that much more. But now just Ling Bane. Nice, storms into the main. Pushing in, gets a tank. And Spirit is maxing out himself. I'm not too convinced with the Mass Thor army and how well it can do. Some more tanks are falling, gets another 2 tanks. Ay, ay, ay. And again, as tanks go down, we just have more Thors on the way. Ling run by into the 3rd. Main army rotating over. The Biles gets a live. Fungal connects as well. And again, so he's just pulling Spirit apart. Lings are in the 3rd, they're in the 4th, they're in the main. Locust Wave even in the main. Spirit has been struggling. I'm still waiting for the first time of Ultras, but I mean, I guess Serral doesn't need them. Like, he's doing fine. Going for the planetary. Spirit out of position. More tanks will be going down as they are exposed. Once again, just very efficient trades here by Serral. Gets 3 tanks and a base. Rotates over. Does come across the Thors. Respects them. Local save continues. How many Storm has died this game? No, 0? I thought ones got sniped earlier. Still, they're all still alive. Crazy. Unless I'm blind. Yeah. 0 Stormhosts. So he cares about his units back. He cares for his boys. Just the value. Oh, did I speak too soon there? No! One finally goes down! The Swarm Host! Not like this! Serral! Oh, he will leave us idle. Yeah, I think he thought they were in the Nidus Worm. So finally some miscontrol out of Serral as they were left exposed. And now 23 minutes into the game, 5 Swarm Hosts go down at once. That's game. It's over. How could he? GG. As Serral, I mean, he still has control of every other base. Every other base, the entirety of the map, going for a link flood into the main, came in the production. The Stormers, they served him well. They served him well. As the Unspirit, he just can't get his bases up running. He's what, on a 2-base economy at this point. Now, he can still take a fight, is the thing. Like, again, bearing in mind, he has a massive army. I don't want to understate that. It's that 143 army supply. Eventually, he'll be forced to move out, as he's been slowly expanding. He's taking this northern expansion, and he's pushing towards the bases of Serral. Well, let's go the Nero. But the next base should be top right. And then Spirit rotates towards this base. So Spirit, he's been slowly migrating over. As we get some Neurals, Thors, they get caught out. So far getting one Thor. Not the best trade here with the Lingbane. Lingbane crashes in. Likewise, Neurals, they continue. On the Ghost even as well. Ooh. And what's more important, though, as another Thor goes down, is that Spirit has no bank. He has no bank. He cannot replace that army. I mean, the production's under fire as well. And Serral can. So he instantly remaxes. This time, here come the Ultras. They're coming. Ultras are on the way. The instant remax. And Spirit, he's limping along. He's down to his last legs. Again, barely any minerals. Has some gas. Double expanding, at least trying to. But Serral, he has units burrowed in each location. Serral, let him expand. As Spirit, he attempts to triple expand, but it's denied. There we go. Just not getting the center base. And as he expands, he loses another. Planetary goes down. Links into the main. Ay, ay, ay. And the Ultras have arrived. And they're big again. Ah, they're so big. Again, that's another, I guess, feature of the new patch. Is the Ultra size has been reverted. But they can still push past Lingbane. As they collapse on the base. Nice, where he goes down. And from here, we could just commit. Oh, Snipes going up. So retreats, remaxing, more Infestors, more Vipers. Still just playing it careful. Doesn't want to throw too much away at once. Just remaxing. Before he does go for the kill. And I feel like we are kind of nearing the end of this game here as Spirit just cannot remax anymore. Another base being denied. Ultras amassing. And here we go. So he goes in. Like death by 1,000 cuts. It's one of those things where Serral, he's never had to push in and engage with the main army. Just constantly just nibbling away at the fringe bases. Denying base after base. Slipping into the main every now and then. And just avoiding this. Time and time again. Just avoiding the main army. He could do this all day. Could Serral just ape in? He could. But then he wouldn't be Serral, is the thing. Then he'd be like Dark, you know? Like. Ooh, as the Infestor's getting caught out. Not bad. Mongol's going up. Locking down the army. Ultras, they dive in. Nice snipes there from Spirit. To snipe trades, I mean, as best he can. Down to 10 ghosts. Once again, Serral diving in, catching up the tanks. Now they're exposed. 4 tanks go down. Tanker gets reset. Serral is spending another dive. Denying the mining, denying the base. And finally, Serral collapses in. Nice sniper from those ghosts. They shut down the ultras. Oh, but still a brutal trade. The fungals are brutal. GG gets called, and Serral, he will take a 2-0 lead in this series. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Serral will take a lead, and Serral is now 1 game away from advancing on to the semi-finals. One more game is all he needs, and we'll see if he can close it out. We'll see if Spirit can bounce back. We'll see if he can fight back here, as we are getting ready for our next game. We are getting into Neon Violet Square. Meanwhile, has the other series finished? We're getting some more casters. More casters getting involved. Clan vs Nightmare did conclude. Oh my god, that was a much faster series in a way. It looks like we have confirmation. Clem did take down... Yeah, Clem did take down Nightmare 3-0. And now we are embracing the final series of the quarterfinals. Let's go. Here we go. Everyone's filing in. We're getting into game 3. Now, winding it back a little bit, I mean, it was 20 minutes ago, but yeah, it was just a wild setup there from Serral. If you remember, Spirit, he had gone for a third CC into 1-1-1 into BC, but he got scattered. He got scattered immediately. The BCs were lackluster. They did not get enough damage whatsoever. He was shut down. Likewise, the follow-up mech was also scattered. Serral also shut that down as well, and was able to recognize it was going to be initially a more tank-heavy composition, and embraced his Swarm Host play. And the Swarm Host, they popped off. They gained so much value over the course of that game. We saw that it wasn't until the very end of the game where finally the Swarm Hosts, they were shut down. They were finally cleaned up. But by then, I mean, they'd more than paid for themselves. And it wasn't just the Swarm Hosts on their own, but the positional play of Serral. We saw that Spirit was able to max out at one point and push across the map. That was the one moment where I do think that Spirit, he had somewhat of a handle in the game. But that's also when he got surrounded. If you remember, we had the Swarmers coming in from behind. They caught out 4 of those tanks on the high ground. And from that moment, Serral gained map control, and he never let it go. Never did let it go. And now we're getting into game 3. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran. He's up against the wall. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Basilisk. One more game is all he needs to advance on to those upper semi-finals. It is Serral. One more game. Here we go. As we do embrace, once again, another older map, a very large map as well. This is the largest map in the current map pool. Welcome back to Neon Violet Square. We have the pachinko machine back. The pachinko, let's go. Some of the big features of this map, of course, is the pocket base. There is a pocket base here available to you, but there are less resources here at this expansion. Bear that in mind. Only 4 mineral patches instead of the usual 6. So there is less value here. Ideally, you want to save this base as a 4th or a 5th, or maybe even a 6th. Like you want to hold on to this base for later on down the line in a longer game state. Likewise, you have a ramp coming into the natural, so you do have quite a defensive advantage. Likewise, choke point here towards that the 4th and 5th base locations. So we'll see if Spirit can once again slow the game down and enter another longer, later game state. If we were, I don't know if Spirit would really embrace something like mech again. We'll see. We shall see. One of the differences, though, about Neon Violet Square compared to King's Cove is how open the center of the map is. I mean, semi-open. Sure, we have all these, squares. We have the pachinko machine, and it can make things awkward when it comes to engaging. I believe ultras cannot actually move in here, and it does just, in a way, naturally just spread out your army against Ling Bane, for example, creating all these choke points. So there can be some rough engagement points here, for sure, but in general, it's very wide open and very prone to getting surrounded. So it can be quite difficult as a Terran player pushing through the middle. Can be quite difficult. So we might just see more defensive play here out of Spirit. It's possible. It's possible. We'll see. But now we do see Serral taking the linear 3rd. Again, you want to hold on to the pocket base and save it for a little bit later on. But did go Hashgas spool into a 3rd. Serral scouting the fringe locations of the map. And Spirit going once again 3CC into Starport. Economic opener here by Spirit 3 games in a row. Now we saw that in game 1 this led into Banshee play, game 2 led into BCs. Here in game 3 I'm predicting Banshee play once again. Typically you don't want to rely on BC play too heavily in a series. As we mentioned in the last game, a lot of it is more reliant on surprising your opponent, that surprise factor. Didn't happen at all last game. So Spirit most likely will avoid it here. Lings, they do get into natural, they get 1 SCV. Just the 1. Oh, also my apologies. I think the chat is letting us know that ultras can fit through this? Question mark? Okay, never mind. Wait, can they? With the new big ultras? Okay. Never mind. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'm hoping at least. Because I think the slim down ultras, sure, but I mean, I guess we might find out. Might find out here and now. As we do have a more buy heavy composition behind this, getting up to our 5-rack setup. Meanwhile, Serral going for his own lair-based opener. A little bit later compared to last game, of course. Going to lair, going to roach play as well. We haven't seen much roach play here out of Serral, at least not in game 1. Plenty in game 2, of course, because of the mech. But is now going back to it here in game 3. Into roaches. Spirit, he's going to be going for the low ground expansion. Okay. He's going for the low ground. I mean, especially with these rocks, this expansion is actually quite secure. Another big feature, of course, is the gold base, which is far more exposed. I don't know if we're going to be getting into the gold at any point here from the side of the Terran. From the side of Serral, sure. We'll be able to. If he does gain map control. But now there's Serral getting into his 1-1 upgrades, carapace and range. Embracing Roach Ravager. Just a really safe way to play. Very safe. Lings here for a way they catch the tank. Tank gets surrounded. Massive pickoff. Ooh, as he barely does get it. Repair's not in time. And that will slow down the push. Ay. Again, ideally, Spirit, he wants to build up towards 2-3 tanks and move out at around 7 minutes. But is going to be heavily delayed. So a big moment here for Serral. Behind this, I assumed it was going to be Roach Ravager into Lingbane, but no, it's going to be Roach Ravager into Hydras. Hydra Den has been placed, Infestation Bit as well, working towards Hive, working towards potentially Lurkers. So a very different kind of style here from Serral in Game 3. Do appreciate that he's mixing it up. Speaking of Hive, Hive is already on the way. Hive is in production. Scout into the main, gets eyes on the 5-rack setup. Not just 5, we're getting into another 2 behind this. Okay, we're taking gases. For the time being, Spirit, he is on 7 Raxes, which is quite an amount here. It could just go, I was going to say it could just go for an 8 Rax, 3 base all in, but he's taking a second gas. He's taking another gas here at the 3rd. Working with his upgrades, moving out of the drop play initially. So he does move out. Meanwhile, back at home, Serral just taking quite quickly into not just the Hive, into Lurkers. Into Lurker tech as well. This does feel quite greedy here from Serral. Hellions, they hit the 3rd. Serral does pull away in time. Roaches respond. Double jump into the main. But the Queens are ready. And Serral, he defends. So far, so good, but here comes the main army. Yeah, Spirit, he does push. Again, tanks likewise, I don't think they can quite fit through the Pachinko machine. Spirit does move out. But Lurkers are already on the way. They just finished morphing in, just in time. Again, this lines up quite nicely here for Serral. Lures the Lurkers. Zones away the army. And Spirit is committed. There's no second gas behind this. At the third, I mean. There's no second factory. There's no 4CC. Spirit is committed. Speaking of another tank, though. As he unsieges, one tank goes down. Second tank goes down as well. Barely does survive. Whew. Does keep it alive. Top drop runs into lurkers. Serral holds. Serral, he's holding on. Spirit dropping into the main. Now that Serral, he's keeping up, has spores in position. That does deter Spirit. Spirit gonna rotate around. Oh, setting up in those squares. Let's go. And that is going to make it awkward for Serral to engage. And again, as a reminder, Spirit, he is 3 base all in. Like, still no 4th expansion. Not yet. Just producing nothing but Marines. Who needs Marauders? Just mass Marine. Oh. Trying to force his way through. Has to rotate his tanks around. Oh, catching a Viper. Not bad. That's picked up here by Spirit. Picks up the Viper, getting ready for a June drop into the main. Does dive in. Queens are ready. 1 medevac goes down. But the rest of the army not quite here. Second medevac goes down. Almost a third. Lurkers, they respond in time. They will shut this down. It's going to be 11 drone kills. Lurkers a little bit too far back. At the same time, Spirit diving in. Going for the expansion. We'll bring it down. I say that. Lurkers, they reposition. But the expansion will fall. Gets a hat-trick, gets 16 drones. I mean, Spirit, he's getting damage done, don't get me wrong, but what about the army? What about the lurker count? Still looking healthy. Liberator into the natural. Is shut down. And Spirit, he's still just rallying across the map. Making 9 Marines at a time. 10 Marines even. Again, just 3 base all in. Up. As I say that, though, 4CC now on the way. Has Spirit done enough damage? Oh. As tanks are getting picked up. Serral making use of that hive. Making use of those Vipers. Re-expanding. Oh, once again. Toss a quick at the Viper, almost. Gasito. Viper goes down. Double jump towards the third. Does dive in. How there, lurkers in position. And Serral defends. Does hold on, going for his own lurker jump across the map. He's crazy. He's going in. Does dip into the main, getting on top of the production. And he will force Spirit back home. Oh, the tank getting stuck there for a moment. It's fine. But yeah, I know massive units can't fit through this, but I guess tanks as well. Zerka's A busts into the main. Not bad. Came to the production. Now Serral can finally breathe. Even catching out some of these tanks. Oh, one survives. Let's go. Does pick up. Does get out of there. Oh, no. I spoke too soon. Medevac gets left behind. Rough losses for Spirits. Finally, Serral getting some ground. Getting some map control. Still a hefty army for Spirit, don't get me wrong. Oh! Workers are revealed. Workers are revealed. Serral going for a massive counterattack. Spirit out of position. Does he counterattack as well? He's going for it. He's going for it. He's going for the base trade. Oh my god, but there are lurkers back at home. Massive connections. Not like this. Leading out a lot of Marines. Serral turns around. He's racing back home. SCVs are going down. And Spirit, he's dropping into the main. Past the spores. Oof. Losing a full medevac. barely unloads. Can Serral pull this off? A massive lightning clouds. I mean, Serral, he's maxed out. Collapses on the army, cleans this up. Yeah, the Marines, they just can't hold their own. GG gets called as Spirit. He runs out of steam, and Serral will take the series 3-0. GG. GG, well played, Serral. He will take it. Shout out to Spirit, though, again, having a different approach every single game. We saw BC into Mech in game 2. We saw a 7 racks, 3 base all-in here in game 3 as well, and he was getting some damage done. He was denying bases, but he was never able to really engage with the lurkers themselves. I should also give credit here to Serral, of course. As Serral, he was able to successfully just take up real quick into Hive, into lurkers, into Vipers as well. It was quite risky there from Serral, but he was able to get away with it in the end, and he was ready just in time for the move out for the push. And once the lurkers, once they were able to kind of stand their ground, we never really saw Spirit break through that. Couldn't really be as aggressive as he wanted to be, and couldn't get on top of those bases. He was able to take down the 4th base, true, did take down the 4th hatchery, but outside of that, no major damage. With that, GG. GG, well played. Likewise, a big moment for Serral was his Drop Lord counterattack across the map. It forced Spirit all the way back home. He turned everything back around, and that was the moment when Serral, he gained map control. He was able to gain momentum, and GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Serral, as he will make it to the semifinals, and I believe he has an opponent ready and waiting for him. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Let's switch our scenes over and catch up. Let us catch up on what has been going on. Oh. Here we go. Okay, we have a TVT. We have a TVT between Maru and GuMiho. Again, Maru took down Ryung. GuMiho took down Hero Marine. So we have a TVT in the upper bracket semifinals. Meanwhile, Clem 3-0'd Nightmare. Serral 3-0'd Spirit. And we have a rematch. Clem versus Spirit is going to be a banger. And I would imagine that the mainstream are going to be all over that. I would imagine the mainstream, they're going to be all over Clem versus Serral. That makes the most sense. A very, very high-profile series there. Coming into that, I am going to slightly favor Clem, but I look forward to it nonetheless. Like that's just going to be a juicy series, and I hope it's back and forth. It would be very unsatisfying if it's a 3-0 in either direction. I'm hoping for a game 4. I'm hoping for an ace match. Best of luck to Clem and Serral. Best of luck, as I hope they're able to have that back and forth. Meanwhile, I would imagine we're going to be covering Maru versus GuMiho. I say I would imagine. I don't have confirmation yet. I do have to ask the admins what's going on. But I would imagine that it's going to be the TVT for us. And yep, I have okay, oh good. I have confirmation. It's as we assumed. Mainstream will cover Clem versus Serral. We will cover Maru versus GuMiho. I'm also trying to confirm as well whether or not Maru versus GuMiho is going to be our final series on the B stream. Again, we're not going to cast the entire tournament. Most of that's going to be on the main stream. I just don't know if we're also going to cast the lower bracket as well. So we'll find out. We'll find out. Meanwhile, it does sound like they're having a winner's interview with Serral over on the mainstream, so they will be covering that. And there is going to be an extended break. There's going to be an extended break here as they're doing the interview. They're getting their players set up and ready. I'm sure there's some like out of game like content that they have planned at HomeStory Cup as well. And yeah, because of that, take this moment, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, tuck in your tempests, and we'll be back in 15 or so minutes with Maru versus GuMiho. Potentially longer, just as a heads up. Just catching up in the chat. Catching up. But, sorry, just catching up. Okay, with that, we're going to be going in a short break. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with some more StarCraft. See you soon. See you soon, Pat. See you soon.
me up, Bird.
All right, Jimmy, if you're happy, Mana happy.
Very happy.
Then
Very
we're
good
all
series.
happy. GG's, Jonah. Congrats on making it into the top 4 of another HomeStory Cup. We'll let you go so you can start getting mentally ready for your semifinals that will be happening a little bit later today against Clem. We're all looking forward to it. See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. So we are going live a little bit earlier than planned. Let's go. We are back with the upper bracket semifinals of HomeStory Cup 26. We're here on the final day of HSC, and we have a banger of a TVT ahead of us, and there is a bit of a change of plans. There's a lot to go into. There's story time. For now, though, we're jumping into our upper semifinals, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Vitality, dubbed the best player in South Korea. It is Maru. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the other South Korean Terran, the Red Terran, the reigning HomeStory Cup champion. It is GuMiho. And if you're in the chat, predictions now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. As so if you're curious, originally the way this was going to work is the main stream covers Serral versus Clem, and the B stream here we cover Maru versus GuMiho. And Serral versus Clem was meant to begin now, and then in 5 minutes we start our series. That was the plan. That was the plan. If you notice, when it came to the timer, we went live 5 minutes early. Why is that? Well, the main stream could not begin Clem versus Serral because Clem is not there. Clem is not actually at HomeStory Cup. He's he left. Where did he leave? He thought that the semis were gonna play one at a time. He thought that Maru versus GuMiho was gonna be played first, and he thought that he had time to go out and get some food. So so he has Clem has left the building. He's going to get some food, which means Serral versus Clem is postponed. So because of that, the main stream is also casting this series, and we are casting it as well. So we're casting this, and the plan is, from my understanding, when Clem gets back from eating, when he eventually comes back, they're gonna quickly start Clem versus Serral, and then the main stream will switch. The main stream, they will switch on over to Clem versus Serral, and we will continue this series. So again, depending on when Clem and Serral arrive, the main stream will switch over and switch out of this series, and we'll jump into Clem versus Serral. So that's now the new plan. God damn it. So yeah, there you go. Shaking my head. As for the time being, we are settling in. It is going to be a Rax expand here by Maru, going for more economic opener. Meanwhile, GuMiho back at home going for a double gas opener into a faster factory. Okay, so more tech heavy out of GuMiho, more economic out of Maru. We do already have a divergence in the builds. Have a divergence here between Maru and GuMiho. Again, Maru going for his bunker here on the low ground, going to be securing himself and taking a more defensive role, at least initially. Meanwhile, GuMiho can be more tech heavy. He's going for a faster starport, again, faster factory, 1-1-1. This can lead into Banshee play, into early tank Raven. We'll see what GuMiho does embrace here. As Reapers, they get into the mineral line, and they will delay some mining. Not bad. They get behind the mineral line here. They do force a water-based economy. Eventually, Maru will break out, though. Eventually, we will shut this down. As I say, the Hellion comes in. Nice moves here by GuMiho. Does dive into the main. Hellion is here to support as well. Shots going up from the low ground. But despite that, looks like GuMiho is going to be cleaned up. Does take down 2 Marines, though. Nicely done. Rotates back over towards the low ground, still denying more mining time. This will be cleaned up, but again, so far, pretty good damage. So far, so good. As GuMiho does attempt to get out of here, and the Reaper will not escape, will be chased down. And we have the answer when it comes to the tech of choice here. It was 1-1-1 into Banshee out of GuMiho. Now, again, there shouldn't be mass Banshee. There should just be one Banshee for GuMiho. Then he will settle into a more tank-heavy composition. We have spoken about this before, but the Banshee is designed to try to get behind the mineral line and try to get some economic damage as the game progresses. Meanwhile, talking about progression in the game, 3rd CC. Maru, he's racing into a 3rd base, so he already had an economic opener, but now he's doubling down and going for a faster 3rd. GuMiho not too far behind him. 3rd bases have been placed. We are going into the mid-game. We're headed towards the mid-game. No one is going for any kind of crazy all-in or hyper-aggression. I mean, sure, GuMiho will have the Banshee to harass, but outside of harassing, is going to be calming things down and settling in. Just catching up in the chat. Lost the pizza meta. Oh no. I mean, if Clem wanted pizza, that's what Gabe is there for. Gabe, he's there to make you the pizza, man. I'm sure he wanted something else. I have heard that there's like a nice banh mi place nearby. Apparently there's like a new banh mi place in Krefeld. There's like what else did I hear? There's banh mi. There's like a pasta place nearby. Obviously there's kebabs. What is Clem craving? He's hungry, Papi. He's a growing boy. He has to be well fed. Este Clem. So yeah, I'm shaking my head. You would have thought that someone would have communicated with Clem, letting him know that his series was next or something. Like at it, maybe I don't know. Shaking my head. Shaking it. Ooh, nice pick off though. Maru shuts down the Raven of all things. Very nice pick off. Raven goes down. Banshee attempts to slip in, but so far has been deterred. So far, no major value from the initial Banshee or the Raven, clearly. Oh, does get an SCV. Gets one worker. Gets the hell out of there. Very precise micro here out of GuMiho. Getting whatever value we can. Back at home, that's a second starport. We have seen this before. Now, typically, we do see this in a 2-base all-in. We saw this in game 2, I believe, between Ryung and Maru. Was it game 3, where Ryung did go for, yeah, it was game 2, where he went 2 ports, massive Viking into a 2-base all-in. But there's a 3rd base alongside this. Regardless, GuMiho is vying for air control, and this should be the beginning of mech. I mean, second factory, right? So it's going to be mech-based compositioning out of GuMiho, going mass tank Viking. And again, air control is really what TVT is all about. We saw that in the previous series. Again, if you missed out on Maru versus Ryung, I recommend the VODs. It was a banger of a series, especially on Ultra Love. But GuMiho is already vying for that air control, does chase down those Ravens, does send them away, and the 3rd base is denied. And as Maru is stuck on 2 bases, GuMiho is taking his 3rd. So GuMiho is up in economy, and for a meching player to be up in economy here, it's terrifying in TVT. CC's under fire, come more volleys, but the boys are being pulled, and they will repair. They will repair in time. They will barely keep it alive. So far, so good. Maru, he holds, but again, he's contained on 2 bases. Is embracing bio. Going bio tank. Thankfully, the Ravens did survive for Maru. And again, GuMiho, he's not looking to kill. He's not looking to kill his opponent. He's looking to contain. Oh, going for the tank. Almost gets it. Does pull away. Tank survives. Boys are pulled to repair. Maru rotating over to expand linearly instead towards the left-hand side. GuMiho does not spot the rotation. He's not quite in position to deny. He does spot the main army, though. Does spot the army. Maru getting ready to break out. Stim is done. So is +1. Oh. Nice control. Viking goes down. GuMiho gets a Viking. Ravens coming in from behind. I believe they were barely spotted here by GuMiho. But Ravens, they do sneak up on the tanks. Vikings out of position. Mass disable. It disables all the tanks, every single one. And a nice cleanup here from Maru. He can stim in. He can stim and he can win. He shuts down 5 tanks. Oh my god, a brutal cleanup. And GuMiho did overextend. He did not spot the Banshees. Sorry, he did not spot the Ravens, I meant to say. Didn't spot the Ravens, didn't spot the surround. And with that, Maru has gained map control. He's going for a massive counter attack. Ooh. Tank bullet going up. So far, GuMiho is holding on. Remember, GuMiho is going into mech, and I assume it's just going to be Mass Viking, but no, he's going to BC. He's crazy. 4th base on location. BC production has begun. Vikings dropping across the map. GuMiho is all over this. At the same time, Maru looking for another expansion. There is no 4th base on the right-hand side. Depot goes down. But Maru, he does defend his main. And he's still looking for a way in. Looking for an angle of attack. My wife loves banh mi. I love banh mi. Like, banh mi is beautiful. It's so good. Not gonna lie. As Vikings, they drop into the main. Likewise, BC here on the left-hand side. At the same time, you see Maru going for his own drop. But GuMiho is in position. He shuts down the drop. The medevac, the Marines. GuMiho defends, and across the map, 14 SCV kills. Again, GuMiho is all over this. Getting 14 SCVs. Pulling away. BC still in position. Oh, the SCVs have come back too soon. And They come back a little bit too soon. The BC trades well against the Marines. Gets more SCVs. Maru's main army just wasn't quite able to achieve anything. And achieved nothing. And GuMiho, he just keeps dropping. The Vikings, they're crazy. They can lift, they can land. Finally going to be cleaned up. That's 21 SCV kills. And with that, GuMiho is on 4 bases. He has a booming economy. He's looking strong back at home. And remember, this is all facilitating a mech-based army. Getting into more BCs, more starports, more mass Viking. I'm curious, was GuMiho watching Maru versus Ryung? Because again, GuMiho is doing such a great job here, just getting ready for that late game, getting ready for the Sky Toss. Oh, sorry, the Sky Terran, meant to say. Sky Terran army is amassing. Again, late game TBT is all about that air control. Viking, Raven, BC, Lib. Likewise, you can see Maru also throwing down more starports. More Raxes as well, still stuck with Mass Bio, Mass Marine. Now with a more heavy Marine army here, Maru, he does have a lot of flexibility. He has a lot of maneuverability with his army to try to catch out some stray bases, some stray units, but for the most part, GuMiho is secure. I mean, this is the big feature of Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a very easy map to just cut the map in half. To just secure yourself on 4, 5, 6 bases. There are just so many choke points, so many ramps, so many, I mean, narrow bridges like this. It's very difficult to be aggressive. Which is also why we had like, what, like a 30, almost 40-minute game last time here. In a split map scenario. And we're headed there again. Yamato's on the way. GuMiho already getting into that BC production. Maru back at home getting to 3-3. Stuck on Mass Marine. Is incorporating some Vikings. Vikings are amassing. But GuMiho, he's already got 9 Vikings, 2 battlecruisers. Ship weapon upgrades on the way. Oh, Jesus. Like, GuMiho is going to be the first to max out, and unlike Ryung, I feel like GuMiho is going to be the first to push as well. If you remember, Ryung, he was more passive, he was more defensive. It took Ryung a long time to be active. But GuMiho, already pushing. Is already pushing here. You see, the tanks are moving in. First tank goes down. Oh. And she's taking a lot of hits. They're just trying to reposition. Is going to bleed out a tank. That's bigger with the Vikings. GuMiho with the Viking advantage. He got 16 Vikings. BCs that teleport in. They're going for the tanks. And they get 1. 1 tank goes down. Gets another Viking. Yamato's going up. Getting 2 more tanks. And Maru, he just can't keep up. These losses are too brutal. He's down to 1 tank. And the final tank goes down. Very nice target firing here at a GuMiho. And GuMiho can soon push in. Again, 0 tanks with Maru, and we have like, geez, what, 12? 18, sorry, 13. 13 tanks for GuMiho. He's pushing in, he's going for the kill. Oh, the rocks. True, Maru, can he snipe the tower? Can he bring it down? That'd be crazy. As he's gonna stim in, mass disable. Oh my god, the disables are brutal, but it may not matter. Vikings, they shut down all the Ravens. The tower, they fall. They take down one of the tanks. But GG gets called. It's just too much regardless. And GuMiho will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. GuMiho does take a lead in the series. Again, such an aggressive, assertive style here from GuMiho, despite playing mech of all things. Very much so in Maru's face. Does snowball out of control. And with that, we're getting ready for game number 2. Alright, getting ready for that second game. As we are filing in. Making sure everyone gets involved. We're getting there. Alright, getting there. Sorry, I just don't want to leave anyone behind. I don't. Don't want to leave anyone behind. Okay, we're good. We are good to go. As we are getting into game 2. Sorry, it's just making sure that we don't leave any of our lovely casters behind. So we're getting into that second game. It's going to be on Frostline. Winding it back, though, I did want to talk about the build itself. So winding it back a little bit here when it comes to GuMiho versus Maru. GuMiho, it was really interesting seeing him not just open mech with double factory, but he went for a very fast second starport. Very fast second starport into Mass Viking, into early BC production. With that, he was able to support his tank move out very well. If you remember, that was the move out which denied the third. If you remember, he denied the third base. He contained Maru on 2 bases for a long time. Maru eventually expanded, but by the time he did, GuMiho was already getting a fourth. He was already getting a 4th base, so GuMiho, he maintained an economic lead. With that, led into a larger army lead as well. GuMiho was surrounded. If you remember, he did lose like 5 tanks, that is true, but it goes to show just how far ahead economically he was, because he could sustain those losses. May have lost 5 tanks, but he was able to maintain himself regardless. It was crazy. Just the momentum that GuMiho had. And now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Terran player going proxy 2 racks. He's going for the proxy. We have the South Korean Terran for Team Vitality, the best player in South Korea, but down in the series, can he bounce back? I'm sure he can. It is Maru. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the reigning HomeStory Cup champion. He has the home field advantage, Papi. Let's go. Leading the series 1-0 with a very unique style of mech in that last game. It is GuMiho. Let's go. As again, Maru is going for the proxy 2 racks right outside the main. And GuMiho is opening up with an economic opener. Okay. One gas for GuMiho. What does that mean? That means CC on the low ground. That means economic build here by GuMiho. Late fact. Oh, my apologies. Never mind. Wait, what? No SCV scout. Single gas into racks into factory here. Delayed CC. Very safe choice here by GuMiho, and it's going to work out quite well for him. Okay. So far, so good. With this, I mean, he's going Marine first. He's going to be poised here outside in his main, and these Reapers are going to have a bit of a harder time breaking through. Not impossible, but a little bit more difficult. Basically, once GuMiho sees what's going on, he has to pull the boys. He has to pull the boys and buy time for the factory, buy time for the Hellion. Oh, as the Marine does pull back. Uh-oh. Marine pulls back, did not spot the Reaper. As Reapers are building up. And Maru does dive in. Hellion's already on the way. Maru getting to the mineral line. Marine has arrived. So far, so good. GuMiho is defending well. Ooh, Maru does pull back in time, though. Kills one of those Reapers. Takes out the Marine as well. Where are the boys? The boys had to be pulled earlier. And they were not. SCVs are falling, but the Hellion has arrived. And GuMiho holds. Whew. GuMiho does hold on. In the end, pretty nice trade here from Maru, but he was hoping for a little bit more damage, and from here, GuMiho is expanding. The CC on low ground is exposed, so it is going to be delayed. Maru, he is getting damage done. 2 SCVs, lays the expansion. And GuMiho just waiting for his second Hellion before breaking out, and he will. Does break out, does defend. With this, GuMiho is going to be able to expand. Meanwhile, Maru back at home going for the factory. Into a second gas geyser, into a delayed CC. So as it all settles, I would give the edge to GuMiho. GuMiho, he is ahead in economy. And really, that's all that matters right now. Like, sure, Maru, he's building up more Reapers and Hellions. There's potential for Maru to maybe try to break through this kind of army and get economic damage, but there's a lot of pressure on Maru right now. A lot of pressure. Oh, speaking of, armies to engage. Reapers get caught out. It's a bit of miscontrol there out of Maru. Yes, some mispathing. 1 Reaper falls. That is a rough loss. And Maru's being zoned away. CC's going to be delayed. Maru coming in from behind, but the Reapers, they line up. And Maru, he's in trouble. He cannot afford to lose this space. Does spread out his army, dives in, takes out one of the Hellions. Another SCV goes down. And Maru will clean this up, but again, not without losing 2 SCVs. GuMiho, he does rotate out, pulls back. Cyclone production has begun, getting to his 1-1-1. And even if Maru shuts down these 2 Reapers, it may not matter. Like, the damage has been done already. GuMiho, he does not get another Reaper. He's cleaned up. But Maru, he's still stuck on 1 base. Stuck on 1 base economy. GuMiho, he's getting saturated. Getting into tank production, Ravens as well, and Maru has to make a tough choice. Either he goes for an all-in from here on 2 bases, or he rushes into a fast third TC. Now, Maru, he made the choice to keep making Reapers. He has continued Reaper production, which tells us that Maru, he needs to get damage. Like, his goal here is to bust into the mineral line. He might be able to. Back at home, there's 1 tank, only a handful of Marines, no bunker, no Hellions. GuMiho is a bit exposed. Maru, he's diving into the main. There are TCs on the way for both players, both GuMiho and Maru. Maru diving into the main base. Tank fire going on. Yeah, massive volley. He's going to make a strat within range of the tank. GuMiho trying to kite the army back. 2 SCVs go down, but nothing too major. And GuMiho is holding. He is holding on. D-Bear's going to go down. Maru once again threatening a dive. There's the auto turret. I mean, some good value though. Getting 3 SCVs. Ooh, getting 4. 4 SCVs go down. Delay on the CC. Can Maru get out of here? There's the auto turret. He gets locked down. Oh, barely picks up. Gets out. Whew. Oh my god. Doesn't quite get out. Medevac goes down, massive pickup, and with that, GuMiho, he holds. He's still up in workers, and he still has a 3rd base that's soon to be on the way. As the 3rd CC is delayed and has yet to begin, but yeah, GG gets called. Maru taps out too far behind, and GuMiho takes a 2-0 lead. GG, and does GuMiho 3-0? Is this it? Like, is this how the story ends? Oh my god. GuMiho is crazy. We're getting ready here for game 3. Remember, it's a best of 5. And 1 more loss and GuMiho will advance on into the upper bracket finals. Here we go. Now, as a reminder, because both GuMiho and Maru have made it into the top 4, this is double elimination. So there's a little bit less on the line here. They both have a life. They both have a tournament life on the a leftover, I should say. So they can still recover. And they can still come back from the lower bracket. But you don't want to be knocked down there is the thing. You don't want to waste your life early on. And is this the world we live in? Are we crazy? Do we have a 3-0 in favor of GuMiho? 1 more game is all he needs. He's popping up. Again, it's one of those things where GuMiho is a TVT specialist. When I think of these TVT snipers, I think of GuMiho, I think of Ryung. Where I do favor Maru, I do think that he has better TVZ and TVP than GuMiho, but specifically in this matchup, mate, GuMiho, he can pop off. And even then, GuMiho, he's the reigning champion for a reason. He's doing it. He is doing it, but here we go. We're getting into our next game and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran player. I mean, he's got so many GSL wins under his belt. Dubbed the best player in South Korea, but he is struggling here in this TVT. Can he bounce back? It is Maru for Team Vitality. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran, the Red Terran representing himself. But again, he's up 2-0. 1 more game is all he needs. It is a GuMiho. Here we go. I see someone asking in the chats, are Serral and Clem not ready yet? I mentioned this before, so just to reiterate once again, Clem was missing. We were ready to play. We were ready to cover. I say we. The production team was ready to cover Serral versus Clem, but Clem did not know. He did not know that that his match was going to be played. Clem thought that GuMiho versus Maru was going to be played first. He didn't know it was going to be simultaneous. So he he left to go get food, and the production team was like, Clem, where are you? And he's like, oh. So because of that, Serral and Clem, they're delayed. Their match is delayed. And instead, we are all focusing on Maru versus GuMiho. So that is what did occur previously. As we are going to be getting across the map. So far, double gas open out of GuMiho, likewise double gas out of Maru as well. No economic builds this time. Going for faster factories. But yeah, so Clem just he just misunderstood. He just again thought that that the playoffs were going to be played out in a bit of a different way. As GuMiho is going to be opening up a Reactor Reaper. So Reactor Reaper, Hellion here out of GuMiho. Something a little bit more aggressive from our Red Terran. Bold move out of Maru. He moves out with the Reaper. Confirms that there is no CC on the low ground. Gets the hell out of here. Does race back home. We'll be racing back home. GuMiho is continuing Reaper production. He's not stopping. He is making another wave. Clem just thinking about the fans. Copium. Ay. Because of the delay, we might still cast another series on this channel. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'll confer with the admins about that. We'll see what happens. As Reapers do dip in. Likewise, Hellion here towards the natural will attempt to delay the CC, but unable to. GuMiho has to back up. Maru defends. So far, so good for Maru. Meanwhile, GuMiho going into fast tank production behind this. First tank is on the way. Into Starport, into, I would imagine, a medevac for a tank drop. I would imagine. Likewise, we do see Maru building up his own Hellion Reaper count. There's that medevac on the way, so GuMiho is going to be the aggressor. I mean, he did invest into additional Reapers early on, and now going to be moving out with the tank and the medevac. So very aggressive build here by GuMiho. We'll see if Maru can keep up, can slow this down, and buy time. As Maru moves out across the map. And with this move out, he should be able to get eyes on the initial tank drop. Should be able to. As the tank is sieged. Maru does confirm. Does take a tank shot to the face. I assumed it was going to be a tank drop, but actually we're leaving the tank at home, at least for the time being. I mean, upon seeing this army, makes sense. Medevac is revealed. Hellion goes down. Nice pick off here by GuMiho. Very nicely done. As he is dropping not with the tank, but with Reaper Hellion instead. But now though, it looks like he's just trying to keep up with the movement of Maru. Trying to chase him down. Before pushing. And here comes the push. Now with 2 tanks. Meanwhile, back at home, Maru, he's getting to a second starport. This screams 2-base all-in. Yeah, 2-base all-in here from Maru. Second starport into Mass Viking. We saw Ryung attempt this build previously in his series against Maru. Now Maru doing the same. So 2-port Mass Viking here from Maru. This leads into eventually Liberators as well. Very committed play. Oh! Drop gets spotted. GuMiho backs off. Right now, the pressure is on GuMiho to scout this. Ooh, GuMiho is getting a third base on location. Very greedy here by GuMiho. He doesn't know what Maru's up to. Not yet. To reiterate what happened in the Maru vs. Ryung series, if GuMiho were to scout this, he would ideally respond with his own second starport. With his own Viking production. As he does make his way across the map, we'll take down at least the depot. currency, GuMiho is... Well, actually, I was going to say he's ahead in Vikings. We're even in Vikings. Actually, Maru has the lead. Forcing GuMiho back. GuMiho back at home, embracing mech. Second factory is on the way. Army's going to be engaging. Brutal start to the tanks that were late to siege. Tanks going to be going down to Maru. He will shut this down. He will clean up the army, takes out all 3 tanks. And GuMiho is losing too much. He's bleeding out far too much here. And he's triggering a counterattack. 1 tank survives, just barely. Maru going to be able to chase him down. And Maru can just rally across the map from here. He can just keep on going. 3rd CC on location. Is transitioning. Much later 3rd base for Maru. But he can't deny the 3rd of GuMiho. He scans ahead of time, spots a 3rd. He wants it. Oh. Nice kiting out of GuMiho. Picks up the Marines. Very cute. Tank is sieged. Tank volley going up. Boys are being pulled. GuMiho. Can he hold on? I mean, barely he will lose that tank. Will lose the tank. CC under fire. Raven will distract the Vikings. Maru from here still maintaining this position. Still rallying across the map. Whereas Maru still building up more Vikings. Getting his 3rd base. Scan reveals not much in the main. Which means there should be a 3rd CC. GuMiho getting a 4th. Let's go. 4th CC on the way. Being very greedy. Let's GuMiho just rotate towards the linear 3rd base location. GuMiho giving up in the air control, has to land the Vikings. Going into Cyclone production. Interesting. You don't often see Cyclones in TVT anymore. But okay. Let's get into the Cyclones. I mean, sure, we kind of saw it out of Ryung, but that was a different dynamic. You know, meanwhile, Maru getting his own 4th base on location. Still looking for a way in. SCVs to do transfer. Cyclones have arrived. Boys are being pulled. And this 1 tank is going to go down. A Viking as well. Not bad. Getting 1. Almost getting another. GuMiho finally expands, but Maru has been mining more for longer. He's been on 3-ways economy. He's been untouched back at home. He's looking good, looking solid. GuMiho playing catch up. Getting his 4th. And building up as well. Whew, okay, we can breathe. We can take a moment to breathe here. It's been a very intense game state. Very intense game 3. There have been moments for both players. Have been moments. But all in all, we can just calm things down. We can settle in. GuMiho getting his 4th. So is Maru. Maru with a slight worker advantage. And Maru is also embracing mech. Let's go. Again, Maru does embrace mech from time to time as well. Not as often as GuMiho, but does embrace it nonetheless. So, for the first time this series, mech versus mech. Let's go. Maru's going to be the first to throw down a 3rd starport. We saw this again against Ryung, similarly, where late game TVT is all about air control. It's all about Vikings, BCs, Liberators, and Ravens. All about that Sky Terran. And Maru is so quick to start working on it. Speaking of working on it, that is +1 ship weapons. +1 ship weapons on the way. Alongside, of course, +1 armor. So Maru, he is hyper-fixated on Sky Terran. Meanwhile, GuMiho, 3 more factories. 3 more factories on the way. No additional starports. So coming into a later game state here, I do favor Maru. 100%. I do favor this kind of army composition instead, if the game goes on longer. That's a big if, though. Scan reveals the Mass Viking. GuMiho knows. Is doing what he can with the Cyclones. And will delay the expansion. Not bad. Forcing a cancel. Good. 5th base is denied. And we might be here for a while. What I mean by that, of course, is we're on ley lines. And one of the big features of this map is how defendable these locations are. similar to Ultra Love. I do think the Ultra Love is more extreme than Ley Lines, but Ley Lines nonetheless has a lot of these high ground positions, all these ramps, choke points to expand, get a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth base as well. It's all in the high ground. So very easy to expand. And to turtle. Say very easier than some of these other maps. Yo, we don't have to talk about Frostline again. Cyclones, they dip in. They snipe the sensor tower, not bad. GuMiho taking more bases, throwing down 3 CCs, let's go. And GuMiho has yet to throw down, there we go. I was shocked to see that there's still only 1 starport, now 4 more on the way. Getting up to 5 starport production, let's go. Quintuple even. So GuMiho, he is behind when it comes to the Sky Terran composition, but he's slowly catching up. The other big concern for me, of course, is going to be the upgrades. +2 on the way. We do see that GuMiho is catching up. Am I crazy? Wait, did Maru, did he cancel +1 ship weapons? He did. I was a little bit confused. Because that's +2 vehicle weapons instead. Okay, never mind. Earlier I was pointing out how Maru was already working on those upgrades, but it looks like he has changed his mind. So it did cancel. And you know what that means? That means GuMiho is not behind in those upgrades. He's now getting to the fusion core, working towards BCs. There we go, mass tech labs on these starports. Let's go. Army's gonna be clashing. Maru still maintains the higher Viking counts. As freedom has arrived, we have liberation. And they take down 1 tank, just the one. GuMiho able to snipe those liberators. Does hold the zone. Behind this, going into 4 Ravens initially, waiting for the fusion core. Nice disables here from Maru, shuts down the tanks. Lands the Vikings. God, they're so quick to land and to lift and land. It's crazy. Advanced servers, out of this world. GuMiho getting to his own Ravens. Another disable, another tank going down. Maru trading well. Up until the Cyclones though. Nice lock-ons. More tanks are falling. Maru pushing in. And again, this is the power of mass Raven Viking. It allows these tanks, even though there are only 6 of them, they gain so much ground. And GuMiho counterattacks. He knows he cannot engage, not against this kind of army, not against this many Ravens. We'll counterattack instead. Here comes a mass disable. Sniping 4 tanks, not bad. Cyclones as well. Tanks sieging up, massive volleys going off. GuMiho backs up, going into the mineral line. 9 SVs go down. At the same time, Vikings, they land! GuMiho will catch out the tanks. That's going to be most of the tanks going down. And Maru getting pulled apart, losing a mineral line and all of his tanks back across the map. Does keep the Ravens alive though. The Ravens and the Vikings will have to kill the CC. Again, GuMiho, even though he couldn't engage with the main army, he just avoids it. He avoids the main fight. He pulls Maru apart. GuMiho up in economy, up in workers. Now getting up in Ravens. Going for the dive. We'll be throwing away too many Ravens though. And just running into the Vikings. We'll lose every single Raven. This was not the fight for GuMiho. Lost all the Ravens, the tanks as well. And Maru, he might just push forward from here. Again, GuMiho just misjudging his army. That was how many Ravens? That was crazy. That was 9 Ravens being thrown away. And now GuMiho is in trouble. Going for a mass Hellion counterattack. Getting into Vikings. Maru, he does respond. As Hellions, they attempt to get into the mineral line, but so far the reinforcements, they defend. There's plenty of Cyclones. The Hellions, they do nothing. They buy time. And GG gets called. The writing was on the wall, and Maru, he fights back, putting a point on the board. GG. GG, well played. A very intense game there. I mean, again, GuMiho definitely had his moments, but that was just a really brutal final fight. With GuMiho losing momentum, losing all of his Ravens. Remember, that was 9 Ravens being thrown away. Not just the Ravens, but all the tanks as well. And with that, Maru, he's still in this. With that, Maru, he's still very much so in this game. And is this the beginning of a comeback? Oh boy. Is this the beginning? Here we go. We're getting into our next game. It's going to be on King's Cove. Sorry, just making sure we get everyone involved. Just making sure we invite all of our lovely casters. As we are getting into game number 4. It's going to be on King's Cove. Here we go. We're getting into game number 4 here, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. The red. Oh,
Game paused.
it looks like we did get a bit of a lag spike. Yeah, looks like there is a bit of a lag spike going on here. Do apologize. More than happy to wait. Also, I think I have confirmation. I think Serral and Clem just started. Let's double check here. Yeah.
Game resumed.
But Serral and Clem, they have finally begun. So Clem, he finally finished eating. He finally finished eating. Let's go. And he did begin his series. And again, the mainstream are focusing on that. We are continuing on with our TVT. And it's been a banger so far. And again, has the comeback begun? Maru, are we going to the ace match? Can we bring it home? We're here to find out. But now we're settling into King's Cove, and once again, similar to Ultra Love, similar to Ley Lines as well. There are a lot of bases, very defendable as well. Taking your natural, your third, your fourth, your fifth expansion as well. Can be quite well fortified. We saw that in a way play out between Serral and Spirit earlier today in the quarterfinals. But if you remember, there was a significant moments where Serral was able to gain map control, able to take a better fight over Spirit, and then just starve him out. Then just take control of the entirety of the map and make sure the Spirit just could not take a 6th base, could not take a 7th base either. Momentum swung in favor of Serral from that moment forward. But in a TVT, it's a little bit different. We'll see. Hello, Mr. SCV. Maru has been skipping SCV scouts for the entire series, so very interesting that he now moves out. Very interesting. You see GuMiho looking for any proxies, making sure he's safe and sound, and Maru does confirm the economic opener. So racks expand by GuMiho, likewise racks expand by Maru. So both players being more economic, and Maru does confirm that that is the case. So Maru just a little bit paranoid, a little bit. Likewise, I mean, so is GuMiho. GuMiho, he checks all the proxy locations, and Maru races back home. So we can settle in. Now, if there was a map where we would embrace mech, I feel like this would be a good map for it as well. It would make sense for GuMiho to embrace mech on... I mean, he embraced it on Ley Lines, Ultra Love, and here on King's Cove. Makes sense as well. From the side of Maru, I'm not so sure. I mean, Maru does embrace him from time to time. I'm curious if he does it here as well. From GuMiho, I feel like it's a sure thing. But we'll see. So we're getting into our 1-1-1. Just catching with the chat, they cut off the end of the last game. Okay, I see. Yeah. I mean, their initial plan was to do that. Was to, as soon as Clem and Serral, because, like, they were meant to start earlier, they wanted to jump into it as quickly as possible, from my understanding. But it would have been nice if they at least finished the game before switching. True. Would have been nice. Guess they didn't want to fall behind schedule. Really, what you would have needed is Clem just had to take a little bit more time eating. He just... Clem just needed to take his time, eat a little bit more, wait for the game to finish, and then rock up. There you go. As we have our third CC on the way. For Maru. Quite a fast third base, actually. Okay, being quite greedy. That's actually third CC before starport. Very economic here by Maru. And on a large map like King's Cove, I mean, he feels confident he can get away with it. I do too. We'll see if GuMiho can punish. Ideally, how to counteract this would be to move that across the map and try and delay the third by vying for control of that third base location. But the map is so large, the third base is so defendable, I don't know if GuMiho can pull that off. We'll see. So GuMiho is working on his Ravens, working on his tanks. Looks like a bunch of people, yeah, they're just now coming in. But yes, Maru did win that last game. It was crazy. As he's getting into his third. Meanwhile, GuMiho once again embracing mech. As we mentioned before, like, this is just a really good map for it, so this does make the most sense, as extra factories are on the way. Meanwhile, we have confirmation. This time, Maru does embrace Bio. Raxes have been thrown down. Maru is going for a more bio-heavy composition instead. So we have our tech pods. Maru should soon expand. GuMiho moving out, checking for the third base. Doesn't see anything yet. Gets out of there. Does pull away. From here, GuMiho will have a tank lead. And we have seen GuMiho go for these weird two-base mech all-ins, especially in TVP. Like, he has been known for that. And we'll see if he can flex this higher tank count and move out once again. If you recall, we saw something similar on Ultra Love. Did you see something similar? Yeah, as GuMiho is moving out. And again, the goal here is to break the third. To break and delay the third base mining for as long as possible while he gets his own. As the third base is going to be on location far later than that of Maru. And here comes the push. Here we go. Maru here will come across this. Moves to the center. Spots the army. Takes down the Reaper. Maru getting in position. Ravens are set. GuMiho, no third base yet though. He's still on two bases. Ah, there we go. Third base now has been thrown down. And can GuMiho break this? Again, he has to push up a ramp into tanks and Ravens. Boys are being pulled into Hellions. Oh, God. The boys are going to get roasted. All times get thrown down. Nice disables. Tanks are disabled. That's going to be 15 SV kills. Maru losing too much. And losing far too much here. Disable is about to run out. And GuMiho... he's barely maintaining himself. Raven, the Raven falls. Massive pickup. GuMiho waddling in. There's one tank left. And so far, so good. That's 18 SCV kills. The third base is denied. And GuMiho is pushing in. You know, back at home, he does expand his own. Does take his own third. Moving forward, he can actually get within range of the 4CC. Does pull away. He's content. He's content for now. Backs up. Will rotate. Maru trying to keep up. Maru's down in Vikings, but he has a defense advantage. Dives in, and he will take the fight as well. Yeah, just barely. GuMiho losing every single Viking. Barely getting away with one. Does reinforce. Still stand by. Pushing up this ramp is not going to be easy. Maru, he has Ravens ready for this. Auto target's running down. GuMiho diving in. Yeah, he cannot do this though. Does overextend as Maru is secure. With that Viking lead, can go into Liberators. With those lives, Maru holds. GuMiho backs up. And now we calm down. Now we can calm things down and settle into the mid game. GuMiho racing back, saturating his third. Maru does have a worker advantage, and his fourth base did finish. So despite losing all those SCVs, Maru is still not in a bad position here. As he will take the fourth. Scans across the map, confirms there is no fourth base for GuMiho, not yet. What does GuMiho have? Tanks. He's got double the tank count of Maru. But GuMiho did not kill the Ravens. So because of that, the higher tank count for GuMiho doesn't really matter as much. Not as impactful. Maru, he's got Ravens, he's got Liberators. He can make up for that. Also, if you remember, I assumed that it was going to be Bio, but no, it's not the case. We have more factories, it's mech. It's going to be mech instead. I was about to say, I could have sworn that Maru, he went into up to 3 Raxes. He did, and he's using them as overlords. The Raxes are just floating over. They're just floating across the map. Maru, he did hard switch into mech. So once again, mech versus mech. Vikings dive in. Disable on the Vikings. Love to see it. Maru, he will win out in the air battle. Ooh, but the CC goes down. Oh my god. The tank blows were insane. Fourth base does full. Reinforcements have arrived. GuMiho barely coming out ahead here in this fight. And does win in the Raven battle. Does force Maru back. Getting his own fourth. Is finishing up. Nice moves here out of GuMiho. Able to make use of that higher tank count. He's able to make use of it. Maru trying to draw siege lines. GuMiho going for a backstab, at least trying to. And we'll back up. Maru instead going for the center expansion. From here we can retreat. GuMiho going into more cyclones. And Maru, this center base is that much more exposed. Very wide open. Can attack from multiple angles. GuMiho rotating as well. Looking for another way in. Throwing down more starports. Both players are. Once again, going to Mass Viking, into Liberator. Or Raven. We're getting there. GuMiho is still looking for a way in. Maru double expanding, getting a fourth, getting a fifth base as well. So far, so good. GuMiho sharking around. He does have a massive Viking lead. Jeez, 21 Vikings to 7. Oh my god, I mean, he just chases down. There's no escaping this. GuMiho, he dives into the main. Catches the Vikings, the Ravens. Massive pickups. Gets both. I think he just came to production. He can just came to production at this point. Oh my god. Bullying Maru back. Has to respect the Cyclones. Raven production restarting. GuMiho going for the land. Wants the tanks. Gets one. He's a one tank likewise landing into the main. And he will win out of this trade as well. Can he deny the upgrades? Not quite. I feel like he could have kept going there, but Does lift. Doesn't want to throw everything away. And going for the mineral line, getting more SCVs. Behind this, Thor production on the way. Let's go. Oh my god, the mineral line just gets evaporated. 21! 21 SCVs go down. Insane damage. Yeah, and Maru, he just can't keep up. Not anymore. GuMiho's all over this. Slowly pushing forward. Boys are being pulled. Vikings, they land. They're ready. And this is going to be the final move out here from Maru, trying to break out. Down to 3 tanks. Does hold. But at a cost of 28 SCVs. 5th base is denied. Back at home, GuMiho just mass expanding. Taking more bases, taking more CCs. Still flexing that higher Viking counts. Oh, at least trying to. Okay, overextends. Nice punish here out of Maru. Does punish. Going into more Raven production. Meanwhile, GuMiho goes for the Fusion Core into BC. Making it 6 Vikings at a time. The Vikings still denying the expansion. Maru there rotating over. And again, did GuMiho lose too many Vikings here? Still has the Viking lead, barely. Has a tank lead as well. But Maru, what does he have? Ravens. The Ravens, he can make up for that. So GuMiho is building up back at home. Maru taking more expansions. I'm a little bit concerned that GuMiho is maybe sticking around here a little bit too long. I'm concerned he might be broken. Especially as the Raven count gets higher. But now though, Maru just more concerned with expanding. Getting another base. Both players are maxing out. But GuMiho, he's reached his final form. Battle cruisers. BCs are on the way. As we saw previously, in TVT, it's all about that air battle. Initially, Viking versus Viking with Ravens, then into battle cruisers. That is kind of the late game TVT. It's what you want. And it's what GuMiho is about to have. It was going off. This is what I was worried about. Yeah, every tank is disabled. And GuMiho, he did stick around a little bit too long. He shouldn't have been here. All the tanks go down. Massive loss here for GuMiho. Maru's maxed. So we're for a massive counterattack with Cyclones. Back at home, GuMiho trying to respond. It is spread thin. Rotates over. SCV's going to be going down, going for the CC. Oh my god, it just melts. So much damage. CC goes down. The disables, they were, sorry, the lock-ons are brutal. Getting another. Oh my god. Cyclones, they do so much damage. It's crazy. The blink of an eye, 2 bases full. The good battle cruisers are building up. Cyclone, good unit. They're pretty good. Pretty good. GuMiho pushing to the center. Getting caught out in the open though. Here come the massive Sables. Sables on the tanks. Raven's going to be going down, but the BCs are on their own. Yeah, they are vulnerable. Tanks, they need a little bit more time, and they're going to be cleaned up. Massive cleanup here by Maru. Shuts down every single tank. And Maru takes a massive supply lead. Again, GuMiho, he had his moments here in this game, but that was not the fight. Once again, caught out by the Mass Raven. And Maru, he's sending it right down mid. Planetaries are buying time. GuMiho plummeting in supply. Is getting to more BCs, but he just doesn't have the time to do so. Or does he? Going for a counterattack. I mean, the planetary, it's buying a lot of time here for GuMiho. It's buying a lot of time. Hellions towards the northern base. BCs as well. Forces teleport. But the Cyclones are ready. Yeah, brutal. The Cyclones are all over this. Sables as well. Both BCs go down. That's really all that GuMiho had. As Maru, he's still maxed out. Getting up to 7 Ravens. And GuMiho, he just got too excited. I really want to play it slow, pick away the Raven counts before just committing to a fight like that. And it's going to take a long time here for GuMiho to recover. We'll catch out these Cyclones though. Maru's going up. Not bad. Likewise, the economy of GuMiho wasn't really touched. The planetary survived, didn't go down. Gets back to saturation. Looking to max out. Maru himself, he arguably has a too high SCV count. He's on 91 SCVs. That's a lot of workers. And that tells me that Maru's main army is going to be that much smaller. But still has how many Ravens? 12. Jesus. 12 Ravens. And GuMiho, what is his answer to that? He's now getting to Viking production. It's going to be, how many? 7 so far. It's not enough. He needs to somehow reset that Raven count. It's easier said than done. GuMiho is working on +3. Maru taking more expansions. And here come the disables. Oh my god. Once again, the tanks, the BCs as well. Massive pickups. And Maru, he's breaking through. Throws down a wall of auto turrets. CC's on the fire. The Vikings, they will win out in the air. But what about the ground? Oh, the Vikings, they can land. True. They can land. Not bad. GuMiho holds. Does cost him a line of tanks. But he does save the expansion. Does save it. Now, what is most concerning to me is that the Ravens survived. The Ravens, they all survived that. They made it out. Now, if GuMiho can get on top of the Ravens, different story. But they do survive. GuMiho is holding onto it. He's holding his own. He's still in this game. From here, moving out. +3 is almost done. Ravens already just topping up on the energy. Getting ready for those auto turrets and disables. GuMiho trying to turtle up. Force the teleport. How many Vikings do we have? 27 Vikings. Now, ideally, GuMiho wants to engage with these Ravens ahead of time. Wants to be able to engage ahead of time, shut them down before they get their disables off on the rest of the army. Saying that does bring down the CC. Speaking of disables, they catch out two of those tanks. 2 tanks go down. Vikings force to land. And they're trying to buy time here for these tanks to get back into play, and they will. They won't. Never mind. Auto shots get thrown down. The Ravens, they reign supreme. Vikings, though, they do lift. They lift up. GuMiho chasing him down. He wants the Ravens. Yamato's going up. 1 BC falls. And Maru, he gets back home. Makes a safe back home here with the Ravens. GuMiho unable to catch him. Still responding with Mass Viking. He'll be able to max out once again. But these have been just more efficient fights for Maru. In all these fights, he's just been trading NG, basically auto turrets, disables. Very efficient. Just trading energy back. As Maru rotates. Does rotate around. He's on how many Ravens? 21! 21 Ravens! He can disable everything. Every single tank. The mass disable. Ay, ay, ay. Tanks go down. Brutal pickups. And GuMiho, he just cannot sustain these losses. He can't sustain them. So we have the lock on. Planetary goes down. And Jesus. Disables all the tanks. Some of the Vikings as well. Why not? But hey, we have some spare disables anyway. Auto charts as well. As Maru, he gets 17 SEVs. And GG gets called. Maru, he will tie this up. We are going to the ace match. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. We're going all the way to Game 5. And again, GuMiho, he had his own moments in this game. He was definitely, especially when it came to his move out towards the third base, when he was containing Maru, when he was able to gain map control, gain air control as well. But did slip through his fingers. Maru did bounce back. And we're getting ready for our final game. One moment. I got you. Okay, we are getting to our final game here. It's going to be on Abyssal Reef. Oh boy. We're getting to Abyssal. And looks like our players are asking for a moment. Understandable. Considering how intense the series has been, so looks like we have a couple of minutes break here for our players to just get a breather, get ready for the final ace match of this series. And again, just thinking back on that game as well, again, GuMiho is just so aggressive, so assertive with his early tank composition, able to break the third, even kill the fourth if you remember. Like, it was a really strong start for GuMiho. But then, if you remember, he overextended with his Vikings. He lost his Viking lead that he once had. Likewise, if you remember, he did overextend as well, just keeping those, I want to say, 6 tanks towards the top side of the map, and they all got completely cleaned up. There were a couple of key moments here and there where Maru was just very efficient, and yeah, it did snowball from there. And now we're getting ready for that final game. Abyssal Reef is, I want to say, maybe the most defensive map in the map pool when I think of the larger maps. I'm referring to King's Cove, Neon Violet Square, and Abyssal. Out of all of them, they're all quite large, they're all quite defendable on, 4 or 5 bases, but I feel like Abyssal is maybe a little bit more extreme, where there are just so many choke points, so many just narrow attack paths that do allow a player to just fully wall up and wall off and get into a very secure position. But we'll see. We'll see if we embrace mech versus mech again. That's what I'm alluding to. I'm like, yo, if we were gonna play mech again, like, this is the map for it, and both the GuMiho and Maru have been embracing that quite a bit. So yeah, Abyssal does scream mech here. Does scream mech. It's catching up. Mary's a beast. He is. He's crazy. Here we go. Otherwise, I hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. If you want to tune into Serral versus Clem, again, that is being played out on the main stream. They do have you covered there. And also, from my understanding, I believe this is going to be the final series that we're casting here on the CranKy Ducklings for the B stream, here at HomeStory Cup. I believe from here on forward, the main stream will have you covered with all the other matches. We'll have to confirm. We'll confirm with the admins, and then I'll let you know. But again, originally we weren't even gonna cast today. We were only gonna be covering the group stage, day 1 and day 2. Just afterwards, we were notified. We were like, hey, so we want to change the format. Want to make it double elimination. We're like, oh, okay, what does that mean? It's like, oh, can you cast again? Sure, Pappy, of course, always. So we did answer the call, jumped on in for day 3. Because of that, I have yet to watch any of the mainstream. I haven't seen any of the matches of the mainstream yet, but eventually I'll be able to enjoy it. Eventually. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, here on the CranKy Ducklings, we have been casting full-time for like 5 years at this point. We have been casting full-time since basically COVID, like the COVID era of StarCraft 2020, casting on a daily basis, every single day. Oh. Oh, as we are jumping on it. Beautiful. Sorry. Our players are back. They're back. But yeah, we've been casting on a daily basis ever since the COVID era of StarCraft. We've been the B stream for IM Katowice, for EPT, like the ESL Masters Pro Tour as well, for a bunch of regionals like Europe, the Americas, Oceania, Taiwan, Hong Kong, China, all that good stuff. A lot of casting over the years. And now we're jumping into the final game of this series. Here we go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Vitality. Bringing it back. He was down at 2-0. He was down 0-2, but he has brought it back to the ace match. Can he bring it home? It is Maru. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the reigning champion. He had such a lead in this series, and it has been slowly slipping away. Can he bring it back? It is GuMiho. Let's go. Let us go as we do embrace Abyssal Reef for the first time here tonight. Again, some of the big features is how defendable the natural is. It is a very, very narrow choke point coming into the natural. Likewise, a high ground advantage. Likewise, we also have a very narrow area towards the third base, and even the fourth and the fifth. Taking this 5-base setup here is relatively easy compared to some of these other maps, compared to even King's Cove and Neon Violet Square. It is a little bit easier here to just fortify yourself on 5 bases. The 6th base is more exposed, true, you know, when we talk about 6 bases, but I mean, a 5-base setup is enough to max out, more than enough. So if our players were to embrace mech, I feel like this is prime for that, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on both Maru and GuMiho. So far, double gas opener out of Maru, likewise double gas out of GuMiho, going for faster factories. No economic openers yet, as both players are going to be delaying their command centers a little bit longer. Here we go. Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot to update the out-of-game score. So, my apologies, but yes. Is the ace match. We are tied up 2-2. My apologies. We'll fix that up. As Maru moves out, again, he's looking for a proxy, making sure there's no hidden Raxes here on his half of the map. Checking a little bit further out as well. Don't blame him. So, Maru just playing very safe. GuMiho likewise expanding here on location. Maru not too far behind. Throws down his own CC. So thank you for the updates in the chat. Clem to so yeah, coming into that, we did expect Clem to be the favorite player. I hope you're all ready for the non-stop TVTs, Pappy. True. All the TVTs. Again, a HomeStory Terran Cup, Pappy. We're here to determine the best TVT player in the world. I mean, with Ryung, GuMiho, Maru, and Clem. Like, who are we missing? We had Spirit and Gabe as well. True. Who has the best TVT? And so now Maru is getting into his 1-1. Early tank production. Interesting. Early tanks here out of Maru into a tank drop. Maru is going to be the initial aggressor. And GuMiho instead going for early Cyclone. Bit of a safer opener here out of GuMiho. Will keep you safe against like a Banshee harass or any kind of earlier drop play. Speaking of Banshee, he's embracing it. Second Cyclone and Banshees. And we'll see how GuMiho can engage. And if he can get on top of that tank. Or even the medevac. First tank has arrived. Here comes the medevac. Here comes the drop. And here comes Maru. Maru does move out across the map. Alas, GuMiho does not see the move out. Not yet. He's chilling back at home. The Hellion will actually spot some of the army. GuMiho does move out. Catching the Hellion. Hellion goes down. Tank drops in. But so far a good engage here from GuMiho. Takes down most of the support. And now the tank is exposed. I'll pick up. Saves tank. And Maru has to get the hell out of here. This did not go well. Has to pull away. Nice defense by GuMiho. He holds quite nicely. The Banshee was revealed. And Maru knows to get ready. You can see here a Cyclone in the mineral line and backup Cyclone on the way as well. Maru is preparing. Behind this third TC, so rushing into a third base. Meanwhile, GuMiho's is already almost done. And no surprise, factory, second factory, mech. Again, like this map screams mech, so it all makes sense here for GuMiho. Is rushing into mech. We'll see if Maru does the same. So now he's going into his own Raven production. Interference Matrix being researched as well. Getting to those disables. And GuMiho should be the first to expand. Oh, catching out the medevac. It's empty. But nice pickoff nonetheless. Medevac goes down. GuMiho maintaining himself. The medevac, I believe, saw the CC. Yes, just barely. So Maru knows he's behind when it comes to the third base timing. He knows he has to be the aggressor. So the Banshees have arrived. And they're keeping Maru busy. No major damage, but again, Maru has to stay at home. He's going to be stuck at home. Meanwhile, second factory. Yep, mech. There we go. Second factory is on the way. So mech versus mech once again. Oh, Maru rushing into Magville accelerators. Okay. Going into initially battle mech. Banshees, they trade with the Marines. They clean them up. All the Marines go down. Oh, but nice pick off here from Maru. Nice pick off. Gets a Banshee. Third base on the way. GuMiho is already up and running. So GuMiho does have an economic lead. And likewise, despite both players playing mech, we have a very different approach so far. With Maru going for something a little bit more versatile with Macfield. And GuMiho just embracing a more heavy tank army. How many tanks? 4. Soon to be 6. As GuMiho is moving out, and his goal here is to knock down that third. Now, to oppose these tanks, what do we have? Ravens. 3 Ravens. Interference Matrix is researched. We have at least 3 disables available here for Maru. It's going to be a lot of disables. GuMiho poking in. The Ravens do respond. GuMiho does have 4 Vikings. The other 2 are on the way. And he is at least taking down some of those depots. And if I remember correctly, yeah, we're within range of the mineral line. Oh my god. Welcome to Abyssal Reef. But yes, you can actually, even this position here, I believe, can get within range of the mineral line. That is brutal. Mining is being denied. And Maru, he's stuck on a, what, 2.5 base economy. GuMiho backs off. Doesn't overstay his welcome. He's learned his lesson. Pulling back. And he's up to 8 tanks. Jesus. And even though Maru can disable them, he doesn't really have much to dive on top of them. He only has 2 Cyclones. Doesn't have really much to capitalize on disabling the tanks. So Maru, he's stuck on his 3 bases for now. GuMiho getting a 4th on location. Rotating around. Continuing Viking production. Just continuing. Knocking down those rocks. Maru's in position. He's ready for this. As Maru, he's catching up in the Viking counts. I'm a little bit surprised to see no second starport yet for GuMiho. As Maru going for a bit of a ninja base here. Trying to sneak out an expansion. And GuMiho, will he find it? Oh! Oh! He should. He does. Okay. Whew. He barely does. Gets eyes on the base. Will force a cancel. Again, cheeky move out of Maru is denied. Bring down the backup CC. GuMiho still playing with fire. I mean, GuMiho is almost maxed. Again, due to the faster 3rd, the faster 4th, and now faster 5th base. Well, that economy leads into a larger army. GuMiho is almost maxed out. But the question becomes, despite being maxed, can he actually break a defensive Maru? Again, this map has so many defensive features to begin with. So it's not easy to push in. Does rotate. Maru out of position. Oh. GuMiho pushing up the ramp. Gets 1 tank. It's not going to be a pretty fight, though. Yeah, disables going up. Tanks are coming from behind. GuMiho with the surround. Gets on top of the tanks. Breaks on through. And this might just be enough. 1 tank left. Gets targeted. Not enough energy. The Ravens have to back up. And the base is denied. 5th base is denied. Tanks moving forward. GuMiho, is this it? Can he do it? Getting within range. Yeah, massive tank shots. Tanks going to be falling, push towards the mineral lines. Vikings, they force the land. And Maru, he will clean up at least some of these tanks. What about the others, though? What about the high ground? It's just too much here. Too many tanks. And GuMiho, he has done it. He breaks through the 3rd. And GG gets called. GuMiho, the reigning champion. He makes it to the upper bracket finals. GG. Gumi God. Oh, my God. GuMiho, GG, well played. He will take the series 3-2, went all the way to the ace match, and does take it again. I was a little bit concerned here that Maru would be able to defend, recover, and of course bounce back with his air control. But we saw that GuMiho, again, it wasn't just that he was taking faster expansions, but it was also denying and delaying bases as well. We saw, of course, the denied mining at the natural because of the tank position on the other side of the cliff face. Likewise, was able to find the ninja base, and also just make it so difficult for Maru to actually get his economy up and running with that GuMiho snowball out of control. I do also really appreciate that GuMiho was hyper aggressive. We saw kind of like the inverse of that with Ryung. If you were here earlier, we casted Ryung versus Maru, where Ryung, there was the game on Ultra Love where he took a lead, he took an advantage. He was the first to max out, but he was being more defensive. Like, he was turtling up on Ultra Love, if you remember, with Mass Tank, and he allowed Maru to bounce back. He allowed Maru to recover. Here, GuMiho was so much more assertive, so much more decisive with his army. GG. GG, well played. Did pull through in the end. And with that, congratulations. GuMiho does advance on to the upper bracket finals. If you're a fan of Maru, he is still in the tournament. Still in the tournament here. Just getting knocked down to the lower bracket instead. Let's catch up. Let us catch up here on the bracket itself. As we switch our scenes over, okay, you can see here from the top, GuMiho. GuMiho does advance on to the upper bracket finals. Clem versus Maru is currently underway. It's currently underway on the mainstream. Clem is leading 2-0, and Clem is poised to also advance on to the upper bracket finals. Again, Clem is favored here against Serral. He did prove that at EWC and in WTL as well. There's a reason why Clem is the reigning world champion, so Clem is looking primed to make it even further for that TBT upper bracket finals. Meanwhile, Maru gets knocked down. You can see Maru here in the lower bracket semifinals, and we might even see a Maru versus Serral best of 5. Oh boy, that would be insane, but we might have that ahead of us here in the lower bracket semifinals, especially if Clem were to clean it up and were to take the series. So we'll see what does occur here. Of course, Serral, he has it in to cause to bring it back and to try to force the reverse sweep and bring it to the ace match. So best of luck to Serral. Again, all those matches are happening over on the main stream. But it's going to be 3 Terrans and 1 Zerg, as Nightmare did get knocked out earlier. Nightmare got knocked out, Spirit, Gabe, and Ryung. Oh boy. So again, Serral against the Terran Cabal. The Terran Balance Council. Oh no. Not like this. Not like this. Wishing the best. Wishing the best. When it comes to our stream, I believe we're going to be wrapping up here. I said I believe that to be the case. Depending on how delayed things are, we were told that if the matches go a little bit longer, so for example, if Clem and Serral, I believe if they go like to game 4 and game 5, then if we're a little bit strapped for time, then the main stream will cover the upper bracket final and we will cover the lower bracket semifinals. But that all depends on how long the games are. So I do have to confirm. I have to confirm what the hell's happening. So we'll need a moment to message the admins about that. Here we go. Maru versus Serral in lower bracket. Serral's going to stump him. I do favor Serral against any other player here except for Clem. Like, true. Like, it's even if Serral were to go down here, it's very possible that we could even see, because of the lower bracket, we could even see like a Serral Clem like rematch. I mean, that also depends though, because honestly, there's a world. Because Clem's worst matchup is TVT. Like, even Clem says that. Even Clem admits that, right? Like, TVT is his weakest matchup. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. So there's a world where Clem takes down Serral, and then GuMiho takes down Clem, and then we get like a Clem-Serral rematch in the lower bracket finals. Oh no! And then we get another TVT finals. It's possible. It's possible. Like there's a lot that can happen here. Definitely, a lot of possibilities. But regardless, best of luck to all the remaining players. Definitely, Maru, Serral, Clem, and GuMiho, all amazing players in their own right. I do still want to emphasize that as well. And we are going to be going on a short break. And I will be confirming what is going to be happening with our B stream. Whether we stay online and whether we stay like kind of like standby and ready for another cast, or if we wrap up and raid the mainstream. We'll find out. We will find out. The champion's back, baby. True. Ravens don't matter if you have enough tanks. You're not wrong. Clearly, you're not wrong. What's the answer to Raven? Just make more tanks. True. That's all you need. More tanks. But for now, we're going to be going on that short break. So we'll see you soon. Take this moment, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, tune into the mainstream, and we'll see you guys after the break. See you soon.
think they probably turned it on just
I
now.
hope he isn't saying something bad about us.
Oh, production, can we turn on the
Can we
microphone?
get Clem voice in here? It's okay, they're working on it.
We can just compliment you
I
until
saw
the microphone
I
works.
saw
How
so,
about that?
yeah. Oh. Press the red button for a
Oh,
long time.
we have a new
we have a new
microphone.
microphone. That's
Also not
still
on.
don't see it. Still don't hear Clem.
Red button, hold
Try
it
again?
for a long time, they said.
Try now.
Hello?
Oh,
Oh,
there we go. There's
there we
Clem.
go.
Very nice.
Clem, have you
Beautiful.
seen that man?
Huh?
Have you seen that man?
Oh, I didn't see
Clem,
that.
Clem, what did you have to eat? I want to know.
Yeah, did you realize
had-
that everybody was waiting for the games or no?
Yeah, well, I realized too late, but I went to get food outside. I had a schnitzel and then
Nice.
some fries.
In the grill class or somewhere else?
No, it was somewhere else.
That's why we couldn't find it.
That's why. We thought it was the only place that was open on Sunday.
But I thought it was one by one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I have to eat it. But
No worries. Now really clear to us now, right? Are you happy with how that went overall?
yeah, very happy. Very happy.
Yeah. The brief game, I guess, was the most difficult one, but other than that, he's really
Yeah.
dominant.
The Abyssal one was the one where I was unhappy. Because I thought I had a very big lead at some point
Yeah.
early on. And I kind of just threw it away. I just attacked. And then he had always like one good bailing or one good fungal or like some good bails. And he always had something to push me back. And then I kind of lost my lead. I didn't trade very well that game. So I was a little bit annoyed about that one. But overall, I'm happy. I'm very happy.
Yeah.
How do you feel about your next opponent? I'm just going to jump ahead because obviously, I don't know if you know, but GuMiho.
I think
beat
it's
Maru.
GuMiho, right?
Yeah?
That's
Does
crazy.
Does that feel good or are you scared?
I mean, I'm scared because if you can beat Maru, he's very, very
He's
scary.
kind of scary with the
Yeah.
cyclones at the minute.
Yeah, he's very good. And I still prefer facing him than Maru, though, I think. Yeah.
Fair enough. You guys can ask some more questions about the game.
On the ley lines game, you kept the banshees alive and you had the map control. Is there a reason why you have them with the main army in some situations, or is it just you F2 them?
The reason is F2.
The reason is like,
yeah. But they're good to like.
they're insane versus
yeah,
that
they
comp
just
because
run
he has no
around.
NTA, right?
Yeah, exactly. Until Vipers, and even then he has to parabomb them, but
Yeah, you don't want to
he doesn't.
parabomb banshees.
Yeah, and he doesn't even kill them in one shot, in one volley. So, yeah.
Kind of nuts.
Yeah, I don't really have any questions, man. You just played really well.
Thank you.
I'm curious to see if you're going to keep the momentum going.
Yeah, I hope so.
You played quite aggressive with the Hellions. Is that like one of your main goals in the early game? Just keep on trying to get in and get some drone damage? Because it feels like you're always trying to like peek in with the Hellions, whereas in the past I feel like it was more important to keep Hellions alive, but...
Yeah, I think in some scenarios it definitely is to keep more important to keep them alive. But against the way he plays and his builds where he goes
15 hatch?
quite
Is it-
15 hatch, I usually like just trying to run
Get them
in.
in.
Yeah, because he usually has no link speed, very few links. He doesn't really want to make links. He wants to defend with queens and then maybe like drones to some extent, but then I can just kind of maneuver around, and then my Reaper can also be annoying as well, and then I just try to get an advantage early on like that.
All right. Very cool. You good?
All right, yeah, I'm good.
Awesome.
All right.
Congratulations. Good luck with your next game.
Thank you so
Congrats.
much. Thank you. See you.
Very well done right there by Clem.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We just caught a glimpse there of Clem. He did have a Windows interview, as of course he does take down Serral. 3-1, advancing on to the upper semifinals. We may as well just have a gander here at the bracket itself, as I believe there are some updates. But yeah, congratulations to Clem. Of course, that was held over on the mainstream. A shout out to Loco, Wardy, and Fiant, as I believe they were, of course, covering that series over on the mainstream. So much love to all the mainstream casters as we have those updates. There it is. We have the Home Terran Cup. Let's go. Let's go. Or Terran Story Cup. Whichever one works best. As we have confirmation, of course, we have GuMiho and Clem in the upper bracket finals. Meanwhile, Maru and Serral, they get knocked down to the lower bracket semi-finals. Here we go. We have our top 4 players here, and either Maru or Serral, one of the two, is going to be knocked out of the tournament. Now, as I was saying before, I was trying to get in touch with the admins to figure out what was going on with the B stream, and I have confirmation. We are done for the evening. We are done for the evening. And that means that all the remaining matches, Maru versus Serral, GuMiho versus Clem, lower bracket finals and grand finals, it's all going to be held on the mainstream. They're going to be handling all the mainstream matches. Which means we're done. We are done for the evening, which I am more than happy to just get some rest and, and get some rest and just calm things down over here instead. More than happy to, of course. And tune in to the rest of the broadcast. Tune into the rest of the cast. I'll be alongside everyone else. I'll be in the Twitch chat. I'll be lurking in the chat, watching from afar, and enjoying the rest of the tournament for sure. 100%. When it comes to other events happening here on the CranKy Ducklings, as always, we do cast on a daily basis. The next cast here for the channel is going to be in a couple of days. Let me just quickly double check here. Usually we would cast Wardy TV Monday, but because Wardy is traveling, there is no Wardy TV Weekly Monday this week. Instead, the next tournament, I believe, should be on the 3rd of December. So tomorrow is going to be Pigosor Monday number 9. We're going to be casting that. In the evening, we're going to be casting Olima League. We are the official Olima League casters. For those that are curious, I know Wardy does a replay cast later on, but we are live on Chijik, which is a Korean streaming platform with Olima League. Not on Twitch, not on YouTube. We're live on Chijik instead, and we upload the VODs on YouTube. So Olima League is going to be Tuesday night, followed by Sparkling Tuna Cup on Wednesday. We have the Pond Cast on Thursday. Master Coliseum, of course, before I forget, bit of a PSA, Master Coliseum is this weekend. The qualifiers are this weekend. If you're curious, what is Master Coliseum? It is an event organized and hosted by SC Boy. They're the people behind WTL. We also casted World Team League on a weekly basis as well. But they're hosting a big online event, and qualifiers are this weekend. Global qualifiers, Korean qualifiers, European qualifiers, American qualifiers. We're going to be casting the qualifiers throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So 3 days of qualifiers this weekend, and the next weekend is the group stage. And again, Master Coliseum does bring together players like Maru, like Serral, Rainer, Showtime, Max Packs. It's online tournament, so players like Max Packs get involved as well, and many others. So the best of the best is going to be facing off in Master Coliseum. Again, that is going to be over the next month. Sorry, over the next 2 months. Next 2 months is going to be, it's a big event, group stage, playoffs as well. So we're going to be covering that over the next 2 months, every single weekend here on the channel, on Twitch, on YouTube, and on everywhere else. So Master Coliseum is going to be a big one. Another big event next week is going to be Cheeseadelphia. If you're curious, what is Cheeseadelphia? That is an offline event in the Americas. In Philadelphia, as you can imagine. It's an offline tournament in the Americas featuring the best players in America, and we are going to be casting that on the channel. We will be the official English stream for that tournament. We won't be live at the event by any means. We're going to be casting remotely, of course, and yeah, we're going to be here. That's going to be on Saturday, the 7th of December. 7th of December is going to be Cheeseadelphia. That's going to be another brutal cast, by the way. That's going to just at a really bad time slot here for the CranKy Ducklings. But yes, Cheeseadelphia is over the weekend, so that's going to be another big kind of event for us outside of our regular weekly tournaments. Something that we have also scheduled, you can see it on YouTube and see it on our other platforms. We did schedule a cast for, in less than 24 hours, to go over replays. But we're tentative on that one because if you remember, if you were here the last couple of days, we were the B stream, of course, going over the group stage, but there were some games that were never casted. If you remember, because there were 3 matches happening at once, every now and then there was a series that was just never casted by anyone. You know, we had our series, mainstream had theirs, and there were a couple of matches that did go uncasted. So I do want to go over those replays and specifically cover those matches. But I don't know when the replay pack is going to be made available. That's the thing. The HomeStory Cup replay pack is usually made public, but sometimes it takes a couple of days. If they bring it live in a couple of hours after the tournament, then I'm going to be live tomorrow going over those replays and going over some of those group stage matches. If not, I'll postpone it to next week. Next week we'll go over the replays instead. So we'll see what happens there. We'll see what happens with the HomeStory Cup replay cast. Otherwise, enjoy the events. Enjoy the main events. We're going to be giving a raid to Take TV, of course, as they are hosting HomeStory Cup. They're amazing. They're beautiful. When it comes to the networking issues that they've been having, I believe they have mostly been resolved. And again, we're going to have an amazing night of StarCraft. Unfortunately, no Protoss, right? There's no Protoss left in the tournament, but still, I'm sure some banger TVTs and TVZs will be made available. So do tune in. Do enjoy it. It's going to be be a great time. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna go just rest up and get ready for a night of StarCraft. That's the plan. That is the plan. So yeah, otherwise, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time here tonight. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you, especially if you're maybe tuning in for the first time, hope you had a great time here on the CranKy Ducklings. Again, we cast on a very regular basis, and if you don't tune in live, if you want to tune into VODs, check out our YouTube channel. YouTube VODs are uploaded every single day. We have thousands of videos on YouTube, thousands of VODs, plenty of content as we have been casting for years. So plenty of content on YouTube if you're interested. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you so much. If you wish, you can follow us on all the social medias. Let me just get you that. There we go. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings on all the platforms. We even have Mastodon and Blue Sky and all that good stuff. Also, you can support us on Patreon if you wish. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments. We do host events on a weekly basis, so Patreon is the place to do that if you want to help fund our tournaments and grow our weeklies. Otherwise, we'll see you guys over on Take TV for the rest of HomeStory Cup. Enjoy. Thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Thanks for watching.